Am I, Diesel, a victim of the past? Am I going to be proven wrong in this very segment? I have no problem eating crow. I've eaten crow before, and I have no problem changing an opinion on something.
What do you
However,
broil it, stick it in a stew?
yeah, sometimes, and sometimes, Diesel, I will admit I was wrong. However, I'm not admitting it yet, but I'm giving you, Diesel, as well as the Tolos, the opportunity to tell me I'm wrong, to tell me I'm a victim of the past here. For my entire life, the SEC has absolutely dominated college football. One of our most loyal, faithful Tolos, Madcraft, who I hope is watching on YouTube, just as you can do on YouTube, Twitter, or Facebook at The Fan Upstate. He messaged me last night, and we got into a long discussion about this, and we've talked about it on the show before, Diesel. But the question to start the show is the SEC leveling out before our very eyes, or is this just a blip in the radar? Welcome into Wire to Wire. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson on 97.1 Spartanburg, 97.7 FM in Greenville, and anywhere you are on the free Odyssey app, AUDACY. Diesel, my entire life, the SEC's dominated the sport, but am I seeing this change before my eyes?
It's a little too soon to tell.
Okay.
Now, college football has always been a cyclical sport, right? There's believe it or not, Cole, back in the day, Ivy League schools won a lot of national championships. Princeton claims the most number of national championships in college football history. They haven't claimed one since 1950, but still, they did. I watched a video the other day about great old football stadiums and about how Penn's stadium, not Penn State, but Penn, University of Pennsylvania, had a 75,000 seat stadium in the 20s. I mean, they were dominant. They were crushing people. The sport is always cyclical, and you will see changes and ebbs and flows over the years. I'm just not willing to put this one in the driver's seat yet, Cole.
And that's the question. Is it a blip in the radar, or is it a trend? Because if it's a blip in the radar, then anyone who overreacts to the SEC leveling out this year may be knee-jerking a little bit. They may be allowing that doctor to use that tool and hit their knee a little bit and knee-jerk very quickly. And if so, that's okay. That's what makes sports great, Diesel, right? However, we have seen the SEC completely dominate the sport for a very long time. Last year was the first year where a team in Michigan won the national championship, and we kind of felt a swing, right? Like Nick Saban retired. The SEC, still a good conference, but this season, 2024, not as good. So that's what I'm doing. I'm giving you, the Tolos, the audience out there today, the opportunity to prove me wrong, to tell me I'm wrong, and convince me that it's not just a blip in the radar. Convince me that the SEC truly is leveling out before our very eyes. Diesel, before Michigan won it last year, it was Georgia, Bama, LSU, Clemson, obviously from the ACC, Alabama, Clemson again, but then Bama, Ohio State, Florida State, Bama, Auburn, Florida, LSU, Florida. So the SEC just had a huge run.
Well, the SEC has one major advantage that no matter what happens, the Big Ten can never, ever replicate. Great weather. You got great weather. You got football down in the South. You're not playing in the snow. You're not playing in the ice. You're not playing when it sucks to be outside. The Big Ten, maybe 50 years from now, when global warming really starts affecting the North in a major way, but Cole, like, you just can't undo nature. Now, certainly you could see a potential where Big Ten schools, and I'm saying Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Wisconsin, and of course the schools out west that have just joined the Big Ten, they can get their NIL ducks in a row, and they may be able to draw more talent to their part of the country than they were ever able to do before. So it may level the playing field just a little bit, pulling some guys out of high school with NIL offers. We saw it this year where the number one quarterback decided to go to Michigan. We saw what was the number two quarterback decided to go to Colorado. So look at that, Cole. You got the number one and number two best quarterbacks in the game, the most important position in the game, are not headed to the SEC. Now, they may be in the future out of the transfer portal. That is the great equalizer as well, Cole. But if you look back at transfer portal rankings over the years, you just go back to last year's transfer portal rankings, it's a mismatch. Like there's teams all over the country. Certainly the SEC is doing really, really well in the transfer portal over the past couple of seasons. Ole Miss number 1, Alabama 3, A&M 4, Texas 5, Florida 6. But you also got Oregon at number 2. You got Florida State at 7, Colorado at 8, Ohio State, Miami, Washington, Michigan State, all in the mix there inside the top 15 in the transfer portal. So they're able to pull some guys away and maybe erode the SEC from within a little.
Madcraft, by the way, what's up, Madcraft? What's up, Tiger Stripes Media on the YouTube stream? Going to get to a text as well. Madcraft, here's your chance. You're always on me like white on rice. Here's your chance to prove to me why it's not a blip in the radar. And I understand, like, the facts. I understand. And I'm not an SEC guy. I'm not SEC homer over here. But help me understand why it's going to be a trend and why it's not just a blip on the radar. Texter from the 803 chimes in, which you can do on the new text line. How about that? 844-FAN-PHONE, 844-326-3663. It's the number you use to call and text the show. Texter says, I don't think we can really consider as much into the Georgia game with the quarterback getting thrown in the game, with the amount of pressure they needed their experience. And you know what? Like, I understand injuries happen, but at the same time, it's Georgia. You're supposed to have like 5 stars everywhere, right? And
it's not just what happened in the Georgia game with Carson Beck.
It's not
Tennessee getting blown out. It's the other SEC teams that were in the 12-team playoff getting bounced early. Texas is the only one left. And what happens if Texas runs into that big old buzzsaw of Ohio State, and the same thing happens to Texas as happened to Tennessee and Oregon, right? I mean, how embarrassing would that be for the conference? And then those are the little things that start to snowball, okay? We're not saying that you're going to have some massive shift like that.
Yeah.
It's these little things that start to snowball.
It's things that point to the signs, right? It's things that make you wonder if this is happening. And again, I have no problem admitting it's happening. If it does, that's great. If the SEC is never the same, that's okay. Right now on the 3rd of these January 2025, not 24 Diesel, I'm still in the boat of like, I still want to see kind of what you said at the very beginning of the segment. I still want to see it play out another year or two. I know Alabama dropped off. Bama's 9-4. The world's coming to an end. But I still want to see if this continues over time. Here's a very interesting article that I wanted to bring to the show. This is from Seth Emerson Diesel of The Athletic. He talks about the mighty SEC falling, the reign being over, right? Some of it may being overboard in comparison to or in reference to what some of the anti-SEC fans like Madcraft have said. And again, I'm not completely on one boat or the other. I still want to see it play out. But he did bring up that Georgia lost soundly to Notre Dame, that Alabama, which many members of the SEC media argued should have gotten in, lost to Michigan, which was a terrible, terrible loss. South Carolina, which also received a late push, lost to Illinois. You brought this up yesterday. At least Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin last night, they saved face a little bit by beating Duke, but then again, Duke had no quarterback. I think you and I were on the depth chart for quarterback. But what's interesting, Diesel, and I want to see if you agree with this, Seth Emerson of The Athletic says Greg Sankey did this to himself. He says a major goal of playoff expansion was to stop college football from becoming a regional sport. It's no accident that much of the complaining since has seemed to come from the South. Down here, many didn't think anything was wrong with the 14 playoff or even the BCS. The comparison has been made to NASCAR's efforts to go national, but that totally misses the point. NASCAR was mostly a regional sport that made changes and began to lose its soul in the process without realizing its national dreams. College football was the opposite, a more national sport that was becoming regional as Bama, Clemson, LSU, Georgia racked up national titles, often playing each other. Realizing this was doing harm or at least leaving money on the table, Sankey and 2 commissioner counterparts, along with Notre Dame's athletic director, devised a plan for playoff expansion, Diesel, which they figured would at least keep fan bases in the West and North engaged because their teams were at least assured to be in the field. However, what's happened to those teams who have gotten in, Diesel, stepping away from the article from The Athletic a second, those teams that have gotten in thus far have shown, hey, we're not only in, we're better than your SEC.
Yeah, and we can't know until, another 5 years of this thing plays out. And, of course, by 5 years from now, the twitchy people who really enjoy watching things change more than watching the results play out, they're going to want to switch up the format, and we'll ultimately never know. They may end up shrinking this thing back to 8. They may expand this thing to 16 to 18 so that we have more play-in games, and then we could have the same situation that we're in right now. You just can't know, but it certainly makes it fun to wish the demise of a conference. If I had to put on a real prediction hat here, I'd say you're probably in a situation where these conferences are more leveling out than the SEC falling off.
Okay.
The SEC, like I said, will always get talented players when you have passionate fan bases who are willing to throw a lot of money at this sport, who are willing to fill up 70, 80, 90, 100,000 seat stadiums. That just doesn't go away overnight. It may fall off just a little bit. You may have a changing of the guard just a little bit. I mean, remember, it wasn't 10, 15 years ago when people thought Florida's dominance was never going to come to an end, and Georgia was garbage under Mark Richt.
That's right.
And then Nick Saban joins the conference, and all the power shifts to the West, and then maybe the power shifted back to the East a little bit with Georgia. You just don't know, man. And these things, you can't expect the same teams to win every single year.
I think, Diesel, and I'll get to a couple of texts, I think it's harder to hoard the talent. I think it's harder to hoard the talent.
Because talent wants to play.
They want to play.
And they transfer.
They transfer, they go. Here's something interesting. The SEC still signing the top players. In the high school recruiting class of 24, 25 of the 37 5-stars went to SEC schools, but that was split among 10 different SEC schools, Diesel. That's key. 25 of the 37 5-stars went to the SEC, but that was split among 10 different SEC schools.
Yeah, here's something I'm a little curious about as well. And you may know more about this coming from the high school ranks. Has the growth and the prevalence of 7-on-7, where essentially everyone is a skill player, is that pushing more and more and more talent in the game as a whole towards those skill positions? Now, certainly if you're 6'9", 300 pounds, you're not going to go out there and be a wide receiver. However, it may push some of these guys to not gain weight, to not be linebackers, to not be running backs or tight ends, and may push them more towards the wide receiver position and things like that. Is it possible that now we've got a log jam of talent at the receiver position and the quarterback position because everybody wants to have their name in the bright lights?
No, they do, and they want to. Going back to your point, they want to play. Like that to me is the biggest part of this. They want to play. They want to be on the field, right? Like they don't want to sit behind a great quarterback at Alabama. They don't want to play for Nick Saban. They want to play, whether that's at Colorado, whether that's at wherever.
They want to get paid.
Well, they want to get. That's right. They want to get paid. But at the same time, they don't want to sit behind anybody. That sitting behind people, those days are done, right? They're absolutely done. So the NIL, the transfer portal, I do think it is the great equalizer. Texter says, now that everyone can pay players, SEC is losing its grip. Interesting. Texter, all caps, this has got to be Tom. Tell Rick, please tell Rick the card I got got sent back. Resending, and I apologize deeply. God, only Tom.
Figueroa Tom on the stream says, this has been a more intriguing season than I've seen in a while. Thank you, Figueroa Tom, for jumping in. He's watching on the Facebook page, as is Wesley Roberts. We got the Tom Gully Show watching on YouTube, Madcraft on YouTube as well. Tolos, go jump on the Facebook, Twitter, or on our YouTube channels at The Fan Upstate. Chop it up with the other P1s. See the other Tolos. Looks like Facebook and YouTube are the two hot spots to go rip it up. You guys can see messages from other people on your same platform, but you can't see all the messages at once.
And again, it goes back to what the argument, the conversation, the debate that you and I have had with Matt Kraft several times, who is very anti-SEC. I I still think the SEC, my opinion, Cole's opinion, I think the SEC right now, top to bottom, is still the best conference. I really do. I still think it's the best conference. Is it leveling out? I do believe it is. But, big but here. I want to see, just like I said at the very beginning of the segment, is this just a blip in the radar? Also, Diesel, is this good ultimately for the sport of college football?
I think it's great for college football, and especially if we don't change this college football playoff format where you've got schools from every conference have a clear and defined path on how they can get into the college football playoff. It'll spread that talent out just a little bit more. And so now you know that if you're playing in the Big 12, one of your teams will get into the college football playoff. If you're in the ACC, at least one of your teams will get into the college football playoff. Who knows how it might change things at the G5 level. But when you are guaranteed to have a spot in the playoff, it may smooth some of that talent out just a little bit, push it out of the SEC and the Big Ten just a little bit. And also, Cole, with these new restrictions coming and changes from House versus NCAA, the fact that these rosters are shrinking a little bit, that's going to spread some top talent out as well, just a little bit more.
It's so crazy, though, right? Like, I do agree with you that it's good for the sport. But look at the 4 teams remaining right now. You've got Texas, Ohio State, Penn State, and Notre Dame. There are no teams in the Southeast here. There are no teams in the South. No South teams outside of Texas, right? Outside of Texas, there are no. So I think it's great for college football. I think it does hurt the SEC. And going back to what Seth Emerson, who I thought did an incredible job with this article, I reached out to him and I'm going to try to have him on sometime next week if he'll be willing to come on with us, Diesel. But what I think he hit the nail on the head is, like, it's a double-edged sword from Greg Sankey's standpoint, because he was the one that pushed for this. Him and the Notre Dame AD and all these other guys, they pushed for this expansion, but little did Greg Sankey know that the expansion was only going to hurt his conference.
Yeah, and we'll get into this conversation a little bit later on in the show with Greg Sankey. But believe it or not, he being one of the main voices that was pushing to change the date of the Notre Dame of the Notre Dame game, so that they could get an extra day of rest, considering they had to wait an extra day to play against Georgia.
Yeah.
Him being that voice to be a part of that, it's going to be interesting to see how this thing plays out and moves and shifts in the coming years. Cole, staying right here with the college football conversation, is it a foregone conclusion that Ohio State will win it all? We got to look at the Texas versus Ohio State game first. Is there a chance for the Longhorns to get it done against the Irish? Or are they just too good? That's coming up next on the Fan Upstate. Got to wait 6 days for the college football playoff to come back. Notre Dame versus Penn State in the Orange Bowl Thursday, January 9th. And then on Friday, you've got Ohio State, Texas in the Cotton Bowl. It's interesting, Cole. We talked about earlier with Greg Sankey and co. trying to see if they wanted to switch these games to give Notre Dame an extra day of rest as Penn State has been off since New Year's Day. Honestly, I wouldn't want it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want it. Look, what do we just see? We watched all the teams that had the first round bye go down. Like, I understand that injuries kind of pile up and you got the little nicks, the little bumps and bruises, that having that extra day or two to heal up certainly could put you in a better position to play better. But honestly, Cole, I think I'd rather get back out there on the field. I'd rather let the team have extra time off. I mean, I'm off for 6 days. These kids have done this before. They do it several times throughout the season when they play Thursday games. They've done it. They can get around it. I think things will be just fine for Notre Dame versus Penn State in the Orange Bowl. Have you got an early prediction on that one?
I was very surprised that Notre Dame was favored. Last night, it came out that Notre Dame was favored by, I believe I tweeted out a point and a half, I believe, on that. I'll double check, though. I tweeted it out. I think that was my biggest surprise. I'll tell you this. Yeah, Notre Dame opened up as a 1.5-point favorite over Penn State. Penn State has shocked me in a way that in a segment coming up at 5 o'clock, I'll ask a question on if I need to eat crow or not. But early lean, Penn State surprised me, and they've kind of made me believe a little bit.
You've been a Penn State hater all season.
I have. And
Drew Aller's come alive.
So to answer your question, I think that you can't doubt Penn State right now. According to Vegas, it's truly a coin flip game. Notre Dame favored by 1.5. There's no home field advantage, so you can't calculate the 3 points for a home field. I think Notre Dame has the defense to slow Penn State down. But, boy, Penn State's been explosive. I'll tell you this. I think if I had a bet right now, I'd still take Notre Dame.
All right, on the other side, Friday, January 10th, Ohio State versus Texas in the Cotton Bowl. Now, it certainly helps Texas that they have essentially home field advantage in this game. However, we know, Cole, that Ohio State travels exceptionally well, and they are going to take over the Cotton Bowl against Texas. They're going to try at least to take over, at least get their 50-50 shot. Does Texas stand a chance against Ohio State? Just like the Notre Dame-Penn State game, ESPN has this essentially as a pick'em, 49.5%, 50.5% for the win-loss percentage for these two teams. This is going to be a fascinating football game, Cole, because I don't know that anybody's playing as good a football as Ohio State is right now. Ohio State ran roughshod over one of the SEC's best. They ran roughshod over the number one team in the country in Oregon. This is going to be a fascinating game. I wonder, Cole, if Texas is going to be able to slow down Ohio State's passing game and slow down the Ohio State running backs. Good thing is Texas has been tested more recently against a very game Arizona State with one of the best running backs in the country. So they've just faced an elite level running back. And we know that Texas has a very, very good defensive back core, had the number one pass defense in the league this year. This is going to be a really fun one.
I think what you learned against Arizona State with Texas Diesel is that Texas may not at all times be the best team, but they have guys that are going to step up, much like Clemson, South Carolina this year. I thought Clemson was the better team, but I thought the reason South Carolina won the game was because they had the better player that day who made the plays, right? Quinn Ewers for Texas can be, in my mind, what Lenora Sellers was against Clemson back in November when South Carolina beat Clemson. I think Ohio State's the better team, but could Quinn Ewers answer the bell and be the better player that day? I think Ohio State, I made a comparison on Twitter a couple of days ago that they're the Eagles of college football, that when they're on, like they look as good as anybody. They're loaded. They have the highest payroll. You know, it sounds weird saying that. They have the most expensive roster in college football, Diesel, to your point. When they're on, they look unstoppable. However, do you feel as if Steve Sarkisian's kind of like this I don't want to say like Sarkisian's the guy that offsets the equation, But there's something still to me, and maybe it's SEC bias. Maybe it's the fact that the SEC should be playing in the national championship. There's something that gives me caution. But at the end of the day, I picked Ohio State to win it all before the season started, and right now they look like they're the team that's going to do it.
Well, we're going to find out about 10 days. Maybe not 10 days, 5 days after whoever the national championship may be. And if Texas is not even playing in the national championship, I wonder how the ratings are going to change around the Southeast, right? I mean, you see it all the time. Then when it's an ACC SEC team like Clemson, Alabama, the ratings in this area are white hot. They're fantastic. But outside of this bubble, people aren't really paying a tremendous amount of attention, at least not in the massive numbers that they would like to see. So it's going to be fun to see how that changes and how that goes down if you don't even have an SEC team in the national championship game. I think Texas has shown an ability to take a punch and rebound. I mean, almost any team could have that gut punch of Bert Auburn missing not one but two field goals and missing 2 kicks down the stretch and coming back and winning the football game, not only just battling it out and gutting it out, but looking dominant in that second overtime against Arizona State. So we saw them break out and score that touchdown on that first play in the second overtime of that game. And Arizona State didn't have the ability to take that punch and answer back when they got the ball back. So this is going to be a fun one to watch. Ohio State, a very pass-heavy team, 265 on the game in the air, 170 a game on the ground, an elite-level offense. Can Texas shut this thing down? I mean, we're going to get to see former Clemson player Andrew Makuba out there maybe trying to get another game-clinching interception like he had against Arizona State.
Diesel, right now, according to Las Vegas, Ohio State's a pretty heavy favorite. They're plus 106. So if you look at the 4 teams remaining, Ohio State's plus 106. Notre Dame is plus 374. Texas is plus 403. And Penn State is the least likely to win it all at plus 475. So right now, if you were to put $100 on Ohio State to win it all, you would win a 106, which means it's pretty close to even money. So again, Ohio State should be the favorite. They are. Wesley Roberts on the Facebook stream says, my prediction, Ohio State wins by double digits the final 2 games.
I mean, Will Howard the best quarterback in the country right now? Like head and shoulders above everybody? Because he's just insane. He's completing 73% of his passes. He's got like 36 touchdowns on the season. It's nuts what he's done.
I'm glad you asked me that because I'm going to say something that you're going to think's ludicrous. Mm-hmm. But I'm telling you, and I know who you play matters because I say that all the time. I still think Jackson Dart is the best quarterback. I'm telling you, man, I watched Jackson Dart last night make throws that just were unbelievable type throws. I think Jackson Dart possesses an attribute that when he is on, I don't think there's anybody that can play to his level. However, they have 2 bad losses. They lost to Kentucky and Florida, and he didn't play good all season long. So, yeah, to answer your question, is Will Howard the best quarterback left? Yeah, but is he the best quarterback in the country? I just think that sometimes you see teams advance and make it to the finals that necessarily don't have the best players on that team.
Well, Ohio State pushes the ball down the field, and that's going to be a big-time challenge for Texas. I mean, Ohio State's averaging over 9 yards per attempt in the air. I mean, they're getting 9 yards a pop. That's tough to defend. They're not throwing passes to the flat and then making having their wide receivers make plays and get around defenders. They're just throwing it down the field, and they're moving the ball fast.
They are. And I'll tell you what, Will Howard has been very impressive. There's no doubt about it. We talk a lot about Quinn Ewers and Sark and Texas. And I'll tell you what, the former Duke quarterback, Riley Leonard for Notre Dame, hadn't played bad. Mm-hmm. Is he Will Howard? I don't think so. But I'll tell you what, he's a ball player that has grit, and he deserves to be on the stage. I know Penn State's quarterback probably doesn't get talked about as much, but yeah, there's no doubt Will Howard, in my mind, can go toe-to-toe with Quinn Ewers on any given day.
So a conversation that we brought up a week ago or so was about Quinn Ewers and the fact that his draft grade isn't particularly great.
Yeah.
And there are people who are suggesting that Quinn Ewers should transfer and go get the bag somewhere else, play for a year, hopefully have a better season than he had this year, which is tough to do, right? You're in the Final Four. But
Statistically.
How poetic would it be if Quinn Ewers walks off against his former team in Ohio State and then wins the national championship? If you're Texas, how do you move on from that? How do you let that guy get away, knowing that you've got Arch Manning right behind him? I mean, could you somehow throw enough money at Arch Manning to say, Arch, baby, Bubala, don't leave us. We need to keep you around as long as we can.
I think if Quinn Ewers wins the national championship, he's gone. No
matter what.
I think he's gone. If
even if his draft grade isn't great.
Yeah, I think so, because at that point, like, I know your draft grade's not great, but as a player, what else do you have to prove? You just won the national championship.
But what's the rookie minimum, or what's the rookie cap?
I know the money.
A couple $100,000 to go play in the NFL versus.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a dude that's commanding millions of dollars
in college
to transfer somewhere else. I mean, imagine how much money the sweepstakes to go get a potential national championship winning quarterback Quinn Ewers to come to your school.
No, I'm with you.
Get out of town, dude.
844-FAN phone, 844-326-3663 is the way you can text and call the show. The same number does both now. Madcraft, who is a loyal Tolo on the stream, wants to chime in on the phone line. Madcraft, what's up, man?
Yeah, man, I know the Buckeyes are clearly the favorites, but I'll be honest with you. After what I saw, if the Irish go down there to Miami and play like they've been playing, they can take it all.
They can.
They are big boys, man, and they run at will against that vaulted SEC defense y'all like to talk about. But y'all were also talking about quarterbacks just now. And none of y'all mentioned Riley from Notre Dame.
I did.
He's great.
I did, yeah.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I must have missed that.
Yeah, you must have. He is great.
I'm sorry. I'm on the phone.
He's great. Listen, I love Riley. I think he's a good quarterback. I do agree with you, though, on Notre Dame. I think Notre Dame is as well coached of a team in the postseason. I really do. The questions were there, though, with Marcus Freeman. And after that NIU loss, it was like, oh, my word, what have they done? But the way they've responded, I don't think there's a better coached team in the postseason than Notre Dame.
Absolutely. That little maneuver that he does on special teams when he subs out all 11 players.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's amazing.
But you got Kirby Smart on the sideline screaming, "You can't do that. You can't do that."
He was so mad. Kirby was so mad. But did you know, I don't know if this is true or not, and Tolos will have to help me out here. Speaking of Kirby, did you see the kick that was blocked that hit the ground and then bounced up into the field goal? Somebody said online that by the rules of NCAA college football, that if a kick is blocked and still goes in, it's supposed to count. And obviously it didn't.
Wow, that would be one of those deep in the vaults kind of rules.
It happened. But
kind of like the way we saw the unrushed field goal in the NFL, that a play that hadn't happened in 48 years.
It's true. And I didn't notice it live. Ooh. I saw a video of it like this morning, maybe, about it being tipped. And then I think I'll tell you this, I think it hit the ground even after it was tipped and bounced in. And obviously it was called no good, but it happened. And I watched it this morning thinking, what in the world?
Where's our rules expert?
That's what I'm saying. Call New York and have New York call in somebody online, which if it's online, it's 100% true. They said, if it goes in according to the rules, go look it up. I don't know if that's true or not, but I thought that was very, very fascinating. But I'll tell you this, to Madcraft's point, I don't think now
was it a field goal or a PAT?
It was a field goal, I believe, right? Yeah, it was a field goal. It was a field goal. It was a field goal. 100% sure. I do think, though, that to Madcraft's point, Notre Dame on the 3rd of January is no longer looked at as like the Notre Dame team we talked about a couple of weeks ago. Because you remember before, I think it was around Thanksgiving, maybe right before Thanksgiving or right before Christmas, you and I had the conversation, Diesel, of Notre Dame always getting the benefit of the doubt, right? They always got the benefit of the doubt. However, what have they shown? They've shown that there is no gimme. There's no, this is real football, and they can play with anybody. And again, I do like Ohio State to win it all. I think they're the best team of the 4 remaining, but it wouldn't surprise me if Notre Dame does upset them. But that play was wild. I'll send it to you during a break.
Yeah,
it was
I'm
stupid.
I'm Googling now to see if there's anything anywhere that says the rules. Now I'm seeing a bunch of people say it should count because it's an
It's
interesting
impressive.
play. It's an impressive play, but I haven't found anything anywhere that suggests that's an actual rule.
I know. And again, it was said online. So if it's said online, right,
Right.
It might be true. It might not be. But before we run, there are 2 games today, rather. North Texas and Texas State kicking off here in about 20 minutes on ESPN. It is the Serve Pro First Responder Bowl. North Texas is 6-6. Texas State is 7-5. 4:00 kick on ESPN. You're the mascot expert. The North Texas,
Mean Green
God, I would have never guessed that.
versus the Texas State Bobcats.
Bobcats.
They should be the Armadillos. Come on.
I remember
The
that.
movie Necessary Roughness, they should
Yeah.
be the Texas State Armadillos because Bobcats is boring.
But you did good on the. And then tonight,
They only have to
7:30.
change their school colors because Armadillos are brown.
Brown. Yeah, that's a terrible color. God, they might want to change the color.
Yeah.
7:30 tonight, Minnesota, who's 7-5, goes up against Virginia Tech, who is 6-6 in the Duke's Mayo Bowl. Minnesota's a
God.
10-point favorite.
What kind of nasty stuff? I mean, look, I
Ugh.
love Mayo as much as anybody
Love it.
else. As any other red-blooded American male, Duke's, it's got zing. But what are they going to do? They're going to like swim laps in an Olympic-sized swimming pool of Duke's mayonnaise. I mean, like they it's gone from like eating spoonfuls
Yeah.
of mayonnaise to dumping mayonnaise on your head.
Beamer did, remember?
Yeah.
Beamer
Now,
got
like,
the
are they going
mayonnaise.
to do how about this? A Duke's Mayo dunk tank.
Oh, that'd be good.
Yeah.
That'd be good. Were you, though, not super impressed with the Pop-Tart after the game?
That was great.
That was better than the game.
It was great. Like, so
God.
you saw that they had to petition the NCAA to allow them
Yeah.
to paint sprinkles on the sidelines.
Mhm.
And you know, of course, the whole thing where they lower the Pop-Tart down
It's
into
so
the
good.
thing and then it spits
so
out an
good.
edible. It's so good.
It was real. And they were sitting there eating it.
See, they've figured out. They realize that the Pop-Tart Bowl is pretty much an irrelevant bowl. They're realizing that the Duke's Mayo Bowl is kind of an irrelevant bowl. So
Yeah.
they're finding ways to
That's right.
make people tune in and watch a game that because they just want to see what kind of weird stuff might happen. So now it's on the Cheez-It Bowl to figure out how to make Cheez-Its entertaining enough to tune in and watch.
Real quick, though, before we run, this is the most important question we'll ask all show long. What's the best flavor of Pop-Tart?
Chocolate.
Ooh.
Yeah, chocolate. The ones that are like s'mores.
S'mores?
Got a little chocolate, little marshmallow in there. It's the way to go.
I'm brown sugar and cinnamon.
Brown sugar.
Brown sugar and cinnamon Pop-Tarts, the best Pop-Tart. I don't like the fruit flavor, the blueberry,
No.
strawberry. Ugh.
It's too fake.
Throw them in the trash.
Yep.
Throw them in the freaking trash.
I'm team toaster strudel anyway.
Are you team Paul Feinbaum or team Greg Sankey? Greg Sankey had some audio with Paul Feinbaum yesterday on flipping the dates of the semifinals. Where do you side? We'll get into that next. So Greg Sankey, we mentioned this earlier, wants to flip the dates of the Orange and Cotton Bowls. So the Sugar Bowl winner gets what? More rest. Too tired, Diesel. It's just too exhausting to play this game.
Well, we've worked 2 days, and I feel tired and ready for another weekend, don't you?
Oh, I love the.
You can come into work tomorrow if you want.
No, I'm good. I'll pass. Here's the audio from Greg Sankey on Paul Feinbaum's show yesterday.
With the games next week, one is on Thursday night in Miami. That's obviously the winner of this game is going to, and then the other one Friday night in Dallas, of possibly flipping those, one being Dallas on Thursday night, Miami on Friday night.
The direct answer, and I'll restate the question. Have I raised the issue of that potential change? I have. I recognize that's difficult. I don't know if it is impossible. I raised that yesterday, and the focus quickly became today's kickoff, today's game, and we'll see what happens. I think the question you ask is true for both teams. This is not an SEC-related issue. It's for both teams. But I also know that the communities have dates, they have plans, there are stadium availability issues that can arise. What I've not heard back from anybody directly after having asked the question is really a yes or no answer to the question I asked. And we also have to, again, the backdrop is there was an unforeseen, unexpected, incredible, horrible tragedy that has altered the game schedule. Sometimes, just like within a game, you have to adapt, you have to adjust. And right now, as the schedule is set, these teams will have to adjust their preparation based on the schedule that lies ahead.
So Greg Sankey, Diesel's like, hey, we need more rest. But how many people have we heard from just on our show about all these teams who got rest and got buys? What are they? They're 0-1, not 2, not 3. They're 0-4.
And in that situation, you're benefiting Notre Dame by giving them an extra day of rest, which it's not their fault that they're losing a day of rest and losing a day of preparation. But you're also adding an extra day of rest onto Penn State, which may throw off their cycle of preparation. You know, it would be interesting to see how that plays out. I mean,
didn't they have 30 days of rest? I mean,
I'm proud of Greg Sankey for thinking of someone other than his own conference, right? For saying, hey, we got to get Notre Dame some rest. We got to give them some help and move. And I know it's going to negatively affect one of our teams.
But how will this impact
Texas
Bama?
Up. Yeah, exactly. How can we make Bama come out ahead in this thing? Talk about screw the traveling fans who have bought their tickets and who have booked their flights and their hotel rooms. I mean, those things aren't just easy to change, right? I mean, you're in a big city, sure, you got plenty of hotel rooms, but you may not be able to rebook all of those hotel rooms for another night.
And so you don't have to worry about it now.
Yeah, well, they're going to be sleeping in a rental car. You know, I mean, come on.
Thanks to the outcome with Notre Dame doing what they did, you don't have to worry about that with Georgia. I don't know, man. You're right. Fans make travel plans. I don't know. I kind of feel like they already have enough rest to begin with from the very beginning.
Yeah, they've had time. They've had weeks off.
College kids, right?
Yeah, they're fine.
They're not 74 years old, either a retirement home. I mean, they're 17, 18, 19, 20-year-old kids. I mean, I don't see the big deal. But, again, Greg Sankey's going to do what Greg Sankey wants to do to make accommodations for who? His conference. So,
well, they would be making accommodations for Notre Dame, though, right?
Well, but it
would
turns
be
out
negatively
now,
affecting his own conference.
I think now that Notre Dame won, yeah, it would be. But would his opinion change, though, if every year there's no SEC teams? I don't know. I think that at the end of the day,
I do give him a little bit of credit because I've been harsh on Greg Sankey over the past 3 days or so. Spartanburg J has been all over me on Twitter about who specifically should be on a college football tribunal to run the sport. I mean, there was audio, I don't think we played it, but audio of James Franklin saying that Nick Saban should absolutely be on some sort of leadership, whether it's a committee, tribunal, whatever it may be. And the question is obviously who else should be on that committee?
Did you see Nick Saban respond and say he wanted no part of that?
I'm sure he didn't.
I mean, come on. I'd do it for the money.
I do think Nick Saban might be. No, he's having fun, right? You go from a fun job, like you just got out of a high stress environment that you were a part of and you were a leader of for how many years to now you just got to be aware. You got to pay attention. You get to study up on some teams. You get to watch a lot of game film, and then you get to go on game day and have fun. And you get to curse and say, what is this bleep when somebody brings you out like a $400 tomahawk steak? Why would he want to leave that behind?
That's true. I'm with you. Before we run real quick, we got 30 seconds, Dewey, 844 fan phone. What's up, buddy?
One thing I have to say is Nick Saban needs to retire. He's old, he's washed up, and he needs to retire, and the committee needs to be disbanded. There should not be a committee. Oh.
Thanks, Dewey. Unbelievable. Every day. He's like the mailman. He is the mailman. Shows up every day.
When we come back, speaking of being here on time every time, Smitty of Sports Talk Media Network going to join the show. We're going to get his perspective, obviously, on the South Carolina coaching changes, on the Clemson coaching changes, and some other topics as well. Smitty coming up next on the Fan Upstate. I cannot wait to find out what Matt Smith of Sports Talk Media Network has chosen and declared that he will do, be, or change about himself in 2025, because as far as I can tell, Smitty is just about perfect. He's never made a mistake. He's never said anything wrong on the radio. And as a guest of this show, Smitty, what kind of major changes are you making for 2025?
Well, anybody that has listened to your show for any length of time knows I've been wrong about half the things I've said in our interviews since September. So that's probably a good resolution, is to be wrong less often. But one thing I will say is I mentioned this the other night on Sports Talk. It's more like I owe back taxes in resolutions. Like, I've got resolutions from 2017 that I need to go back and review. I realize I have fallen short in all of them. But I will tell you, I do think for those that may be really interested in what everybody does for a resolution, what I would love to do is do a better job of keeping in touch with my friends. I lose touch with them, and then, you see them 4 years later. Cole, Diesel, I count you among them, and then you see each other so infrequently, and then you realize time has gone by and your lives have changed, and your friend might have a new child whose name you don't know. And I try not to do Facebook, because I think that is the potential inflection point that will eventually our society will implode upon. But I do not keep up with people, and I'm going to do a better job, and that includes you too.
Well, Smitty, I can't wait to see your birthday reminder pop up on Facebook at some point this year and remind myself, oh, I need to reach out to Matt Smith as well. Great question there. Is a New Year's resolution a 1-year resolution, or is it a lifetime resolution? If you change something about yourself, do you have to change it forever, or could you go back to being that same special brand of degenerate 365 days from right now?
That's a great question. I think we all have to do that. And why do we make it a year, right? Why don't we do monthly resolutions? Yes, and I tend to agree with what you just said. And also you have to revise these, right? You may say, well, listen, I really need to lose some weight. And then before you know it, you look like Kate Moss. I need to gain weight. I need to bulk up. I want to look like Brock Lesnar. So you've got to revise as you move along. I'm going to do that. I'm going to start making monthly resolutions. Well, everybody follow my website, and I'll make monthly resolutions.
That sounds good. We do appreciate Smitty. Happy New Year to you and your family. We appreciate you tagging along with us on Fridays during football season as we're putting a bow on our football season. But before you know it, we'll blink in August. We'll be back here and we'll be talking again. But looking at the current college football playoff, you told me and Diesel a couple of weeks ago when I asked about what you would change, you said, ho, let's hold off. Let's wait and see how this one actually plays out before we cast judgment. Now that we've seen it play out, Smitty, the teams that had a bye, they were all underdogs. They all lost in their games. They're 0-4. What do you make of what you've seen so far?
Yeah, it's a good question, but I still think we need to wait longer, because I think this is going to take longer than 1 year of experimentation, because was that an outlier? As you mentioned, all the teams with a bye lost. All the conference champions are gone. Yeah. The conference champions went 0-5. That includes every conference champion that was in the field. So perhaps we have lost the plot a little bit, but I'm reminded there's a great proverb that you may know of the Zen Master and the little boy, where a little boy gets a horse for his birthday and everybody in the village says, "Isn't that wonderful?" And the Zen Master says, "We'll see." Then the horse kicks the little boy off, bucks him. He breaks his leg. Everyone says, "Isn't that terrible?" The Zen Master says, "We'll see." Then everybody in the country goes off to war, and the little boy, or the young man now, is unable to go because his leg is in a cast. And everyone says, "Isn't that wonderful? He avoided the war." And the Zen Master says, "Of course, we'll see." So I want to wait. All the teams with a bye lost. All the teams that were conference champions lost. The conference championships look like a waste of time now, but I want to take the role of the Zen Master and say, we'll see. I think this is not like a blood test where you can put the blood in a centrifuge and run it 100 times to see how it reacts. We only have 1 year of data, and I think I need to see more before I love this or hate it.
You know, Smitty, I know a lot of our local listeners are probably tired of me bringing this up, but you know, I have a strong belief that you can't engineer the outcome that you want. You can't force all of these games to be good football games, 3.7-point games with a lot of points scored. You're gonna see odd things happen when you tweak the format, when you change things to try to build something specific, an outcome that you want to see happen. It's always going to go awry. We're always going to see odd things happen, and we saw it this year with Boise State being a conference champion that got a first round bye. That's an odd outcome, and in most years that probably wouldn't be the case. So I don't want to go knee-jerk reaction changing the format of the college football playoff to try to eliminate something like that when next year or the year before or 2 years, 3 years down the road, we could see that scenario or something similar to that pop up because another unintended consequence happens. Are you in agreement that we need to leave this thing alone and not change a thing for a couple of more years?
You know, you bring up a really interesting point about you can't engineer what you're looking for. What they were trying to do truly was reward the conference champions, and then all the teams with a bye lost. So what we may find out is rust versus rest. Maybe the rust was actually injurious to the system. But again, I'm like you. I don't want to go knee-jerk reaction. And, you know, and we have short memories, right? Every year this happens in the college basketball tournament, because we spend the first week and everyone talks about the upset. It is always the chatter. And, oh, this conference was overrated. This team was overblown. They never had a chance. I told you all along. And then by the time we get to the Final Four, it always seems that UConn, Villanova, Duke, North Carolina, Kentucky, Tennessee are involved. And so we seem to forget about the upsets because as the microscope tightens toward the end on the championship, then we start to talk about those teams, and we seem to forget about what happened the weekend before. And that may happen here. I'm really interested to see how everyone reacts to how this plays out in the end, because today we're talking about all of the teams with the byes being out. But also, I think we could argue we have a pretty good field of four. I think there's a lot of argument to be made that the champion will be a worthy champion. And after all, isn't that what we were after? I know some people would say, well, ESPN's after TV ratings and the fans wanted to see the little guy get a shot, or whatever it may be, as you mentioned, engineering some things. But in the end, I think if Texas or Ohio State wins this thing, I think there's an argument that maybe Notre Dame got a break because of their schedule and they played Georgia with an injured quarterback, and Penn State played SMU and Boise State to get here. But I think if Texas or Ohio State wins this championship, it's going to be hard to argue that they weren't worthy champions, because even though neither was the champion of their conference, that was only because of the whole conference championship and the way things worked out. Let's not forget, Ohio State was arguably the best team throughout the year. They lost on the road at Oregon, but they were arguably the best team throughout the year. They had the hiccup in a rivalry game. They lost on the road at Oregon. Texas just couldn't beat Georgia, but no one else really challenged Texas. I guess they had a 3-point win over Vanderbilt, but the point is, Texas, by the time we got to the SEC championship, where were they ranked in the country? Second, third? So I think we can argue when this is over, Texas or Ohio State wins, I think there's going to be a lot of people on Twitter, which is a cesspool, but a lot of the analysts on Twitter are going to be saying we got a worthy champion out of this, and that was really what this experiment and this project was all about.
Smitty, Sports Talk Media Network, joining us right here on the Fan Upstate. Smitty joined us all football season long on Fridays at 4 p.m. If you are a new Tolo, check out Smitty on Twitter, the cesspool that he called it, at Smitty Reports. The little self-plug there for you, at Smitty Reports. Hey, we opened the show today, Smitty, by talking about the college football playoff, but also as it relates to the SEC. with kind of the double-edged sword that Greg Sankey had of wanting the expansion, but maybe not realizing that the expansion, the teams that he brought in, were going to defeat his teams and defeat them handily, right? The SEC, is this a blip in the radar in your mind, or is the SEC truly leveling out?
That's a great question. Some of it was matchups. And look, of course, so part of this narrative going on with the SEC is the fact that everybody hates the SEC that doesn't pull for an SEC team. That's part of what is going on. So everybody has been waiting for the SEC to be humbled a little bit. And part of it is what went on in bowl games. And I don't know how to take bowl games anymore. I mean, we have players, and look, it nauseates me. We have players sitting out just a half. I don't know. Bowl games are important to me. I don't know how important they are to the players anymore, or the coaches, or anyone else. Nick Emmanwori set up the second half of South Carolina's loss to Illinois. My take on that is, did anybody get their money back? You pay full price. You're paying for a full game. You'd expect the player to be playing 4 quarters. And with the opt-outs in bowl games, that led to this narrative because Alabama performed so poorly and turned it over 3 times in the first half against Michigan. So a lot of SEC was leading into what was going on in the college football playoff. Georgia did play with the backup quarterback, and Texas is a brand new SEC team. I don't know that the SEC can take credit or blame for anything Texas does. They just got here. They didn't recruit those players to play in the SEC. Those players went to Texas to go to Texas. But by the same token, you asked if it's a blip in the radar. Of course the SEC will be back. Have we not learned that? Ohio State had that year where they got in and they were playing their second quarterback on the season, and they won the 4-team playoff, and then everybody said, well, that's it. The SEC's run is over with. Now we're going to see the Big Ten ascend. And then, of course, the SEC regrouped. There's too much money. It's too big a presence in college football. Of course, these powers, Alabama will retool. Georgia will be back and healthy. Texas will be an SEC team moving forward. And then one of these teams will elevate, like an Ole Miss, maybe even a South Carolina, and elevate and do probably what Penn State is doing. So I'm not worried about the SEC at all. I think this is just a case of everybody is so happy to see the SEC humbled a little bit. But we've seen this before. They'll be back. And guess what? Every time it happens to Ohio State or Michigan or Penn State, they're humbled, then they come back. One thing we know in the era of NIL and television and the Big Ten and the SEC getting all the money that they are getting is the boosters and the collectives with the teams that have that blue blood, that brand name, all those teams I was just talking about, those boosters, those collectives will not let them be down for long. That's been proven, and that will probably be true until the end of time. Oregon, guess what? They got Nike money. You know where they're going to be next year? Right back in the college football playoff.
Talking to Smitty, Matt Smith of Sports Talk Media Network right here on the Fan Upstate, 97.7 FM in Greenville, 97.1 FM in Spartanburg. Let's keep it right there with the SEC. And you mentioned South Carolina, a lot to unpack in the bowl game that they had against Illinois. Certainly we could go into what happened with Brett Bielema and Shane Beamer going after each other on the sidelines. But how would you grade Mike Shula's performance in his first game as OC? Because I saw a team that was playing a little scared, that was playing very, very conservative and trying everything they could to keep LaNorris Sellers out of harm's way. And it just led to a boring first 2.5, 3 quarters of that game. Obviously, that situation with Bielema and Beamer kind of woke that game up and made it interesting towards the end. But what were your thoughts on Mike Shula's first go as OC at South Carolina?
There is a lot to unpack with that, and I'm hesitant to really grade a coordinator. What I saw, for one thing, I want to point this out. Underdogs seem to do well in this new era of bowl games. I don't know how they did historically, but underdogs are doing really well this season, and that even the SEC, as I said, they were humbled. Some of those teams were humbled and they were favorites, but then there's also teams you could point to like LSU, which was an underdog, which rolled. So I just think there's a lot of motivation when you sit there for a month and you stare and you look and somebody tells you you're 10-point underdogs. And I think that Illinois played out of their minds. I think the way that Brett Bielema behaved, while I found that I found that despicable behavior from a head coach who's supposed to be the voice of reason. I also would say I think that's what he was doing to his team for the last 3 weeks, needling them, needling the Gamecocks, saying that his team didn't get any respect, playing the underdog card. And I think that happened to a lot of people. So I think that's an element here with what happened to South Carolina. Now, about Mike Shula, I think South Carolina may have fooled themselves just a little bit. They didn't run the ball traditionally, meaning with the running backs and the handoffs, the way I thought that they should have. They were getting yards, but they didn't utilize those players the way I thought they could have in Howell and Attaway, even though they were having success, because I think they went in with a game plan that they weren't going to do that. That because they didn't have Rocky Sanders, they weren't going to give it to the running backs 25 times. And I thought, personally, some of the plays were open. I thought Sellers was rusty throwing on the move. I mean, we're really digging into the weeds here, but I think when you take that time off, even if you're practicing throwing on the run, I thought he missed some really open receivers while he was escaping the rush, plays that he had made in the second half of the season, throws that he had put right on the numbers. I thought he was slightly missing. Think about the touchdown that was missed. And also, I'd have to say this, forget about Mike Shula for a second. What about Shane Beamer? I really believe South Carolina is still living on reputation of being a great special teams program. They weren't this year. Herrera missed another kick, and then there was another fake that didn't work out that was not wide open. I know it was well defended. Maybe they could have made that play, but also you didn't fool Illinois. The only special teams play that South Carolina made was recovering a surprise onside kick. So that was a good play, but Illinois could have gotten that one. So Beamer's he's got to go back in the lab in terms of what they do special teams and make the decision whether they need to pull all those gimmicks that he keeps trying to pull. But I think throughout this year, Shane Beamer, I think he learned some lessons. He went for it on fourth down early in the game against Ole Miss. It didn't work out. We saw him go for it on fourth down a few times that didn't work out throughout the second half of the season, and that offense kind of bailed him out. And the kicking game, the punting was great. Kai Kroger, I mean, we should always say that. That's an All-American punter. But the kicking game, Alex Herrera, and I don't just mean the kicks that Herrera missed, which he did miss some big ones, and he missed another big one. Not just the kicks he missed, but the decisions of when to go for those kicks. I thought they went for some kicks throughout the season when they should have gone for it on fourth down or punted. And then on other times, I thought they went for it on fourth down when they should have kicked it or punted it. So I just think Beamer didn't have a great game either. So with Shula, I'm going to give him an incomplete. I don't know, but with Beamer, that was not a great game for him, especially missing the fake. That came back to haunt them. If they kicked a field goal there, then later they could have kicked another field goal and gotten back in the game, tied it.
Smitty, my last question for you. Your reaction to Clemson departing ways with defensive coordinator Wes Goodwin and the search that is now on for a new defensive coordinator for Clemson, and who you think the Tigers should and can go after.
I don't know who they should go after. I knew someone was going to fall on their sword at Clemson, and Wes Goodwin just seemed like the most likely candidate. If you look at the personnel that Clemson put out there in the front seven this year, there's no way they should have been this bad against the run. 292 yards against Texas, and I don't recall. I was covering the Louisville game when Louisville ran up and down the field on Clemson's defense, and that was off a bye week, and you just can't have that. So I always thought Wes Goodwin probably took too much blame, but at the same time, you give up 292 yards in the college football playoff.
Yeah,
that's this business. That is this business. The business you chose is one where if a 20-year-old kid is not where he's supposed to be consistently, you get fired because that's what you're in charge of. I'm not saying it's an easy job, but you know what? It pays really well, and he'll probably land on his feet somewhere. Now, in terms of who Clemson will go out and get, I don't know. You can give me some names, and I might be able to react to them. I know David Hood and Grayson Mann are both writing about this. I was about to click on their story when you called me.
Mm-hmm. Smitty, here's a really interesting piece of news that's just come out over the past couple of hours, also being reported by the Clemson Insider. John Rothstein had this, and then Dabo Sweeney has had some quotes for it as well. The potential of moving to 5 years of eligibility in college football. Dabo has said that it would clean things up and help out with roster management. I mean, I'm just thinking something we talked about earlier, the unintended consequences as this thing begins to roll downhill. Does that mean that kids want a medical red shirt for a 6th year of eligibility on top of things? What are your thoughts on this? And have you had any time to really dig into this?
No, but this has actually been an idea that's been out there for a long time because it would get rid of, that choice. So we had red shirt where you couldn't play at all. Now we have red shirts where you can play for 4 games. But I think people didn't realize how messy that was going to be. Now you've got guys going out there playing for Clemson against the Citadel, but not playing the next week against South Carolina. And it's kind of like being on the practice squad. So I don't know if I liked that particular move. I think anytime you can simplify it in college football, it makes sense to me. And most kids that are at the very top, you wouldn't use that 5th year of eligibility. And hopefully the idea would be you could use it for times of development. What you're always going to be up against, we have to remember, is Title IX. Roster management has so much to do with Title IX because obviously you have to have scholarships in the female sports to matching up to all the 85 that you get at Clemson. And I think they want to simplify things, meaning the coaches. And I really think that they want that 5th year of eligibility so they can truly develop players and try to keep them in the program. There's some problems with college football, and I think this is a step in the right direction. I also think this is probably in reaction to Diego Pavia's his court case where he was able to get the JUCO years pulled off of his eligibility. That was stripped, so he would be able to return to Vanderbilt. And I think every time we turn around, what we realize is the NCAA was operating in a world for a long time that nobody questioned. And then once you started to pull the magnifying glass out, you started to realize a lot of this isn't going to hold up in court. And once players and parents and schools were savvy enough to take the NCAA to court, all this unfolded. And what, to me, the most disappointing part about all of this, not surprising, but disappointing, is the NCAA seems to have no plan Bs anywhere. We talked about NIL and paying players for 20 years on sports radio. 20 years. The NCAA lost one court case and they acted like they had no idea what they were going to do next.
Smitty, you're the best. Always appreciate you coming on with us, and we'll have you on again soon before football's back, but we love having you on every Friday. We appreciate your time each and every Friday, man. Have a happy 2025.
Hey, Happy New Year to everybody. And one more question for you. Who won the Christmas movie tournament?
I thought you were going upset picks.
That was a Christmas Story.
Okay.
Christmas Story narrowly beat out Home Alone by, I think, a score of 2 votes.
Then my work is done here.
Yeah.
You have a sophisticated and brilliant audience. Your constituency did it right. The system works, baby. The system works.
How many times did you vote, Smitty?
I could not.
9?
Hey, what are you talking about? I just told you guys, I don't go on Facebook. Twitter's a cesspool.
I have to call him to get in touch with him.
You think I'm wasting my time with you jabronis going to what you do and voting in your silly poll? No, but your listeners are the winners here. They made the right choice.
Appreciate you, Smitty. As always, that's Matt Smith, Sports Talk Media Network. Audio Blitz from this past week next. The best sports audio from the week. It's coming at you right now. It's the Sports Audio Blitz. Several clips, not one, not two, not three, not four, but 5 clips of audio. We react to them. You Tolos react as well. There is a new number that you use. If you just tuned in, if you just woke up from under your Christmas tree from too much eggnog, there's a new number that we need you to save in your phone, 844-FAN-PHONE, 844-326-3663. One number does it all. You call the show with that number. You now text the show with that number. If you had any previous number saved, just go ahead and delete that thing. A little audio blitz, Diesel. You and I, the Tolos, will listen and react. Let's start with Cam Scatabo, somebody that you and I were really impressed with after the performance against Texas. Mark Schlereth, NFL Network, who we've had on the show, reacts to what he saw with Cam Scatabo in the playoff game against the Longhorns.
That guy couldn't play special teams, like a pump protector, like he'll be a fullback, whatever the case may be. But Bill Belichick said it the best, and one of the reasons he's one of the greatest coaches, or maybe the greatest coach that's ever coached in the National Football League, is don't tell me what a guy can't do. Tell me what he can do. And I'll find 6 or 7 plays a game that will change the outcome of our football game. That dude right there, that dude is a football playing Jesse. That's the highest compliment I pay to anybody. And I don't even know what that means. But that guy is awesome. And I would have him on my team, no question.
He is one of the great college football stories of our generation. And that's where it ends. And it was awesome watching him play, carrying a team. The guy got the MVP of the Peach Bowl on the losing team. That's never happened before.
Diesel, Cam Scatabo in the NFL.
Why does it matter? Who is the second guy?
The bald guy that's on there. I'll get his name in a second.
Why does how a player performs in the NFL affect in any way, shape, or form how good of a player somebody was in college? Just because Tim Tebow sucked in the NFL doesn't make Tim Tebow not arguably one of the best, if not the best college quarterback we've ever seen. You know, in college, it's about the passion. It's about playing with your brothers. It's about, I mean, it should be at least playing for the name on the front of your jersey, not the one on the back of your jersey. Cam Scatabo gave everything he absolutely had and could give to Arizona State, and it's a fantastic story. Stop being a jerk and trying to take it away because you think he may not pan out in the NFL. What difference does it make?
The bald guy that's with Mark Schlereth, he doesn't even deserve to have his name called because all he's doing in that clip of audio, he's saying that so that you and I will react the way that we are. He's an idiot. He doesn't believe that. Mark Schlereth actually talked X's and O's and related to Bill Belichick and talked about how Bill Belichick found guys like that in the NFL that were just kind of diamonds in the rough. I completely agree with Mark Schlereth there. Will he be the best NFL player ever? Probably not. But guess what? He's got hard. And like you said yesterday, I want him on my team. Next audio blitz clip, Brandon Walker, Barstool Diesel, going back to our conversation about the SEC being dead. He says, yep, it is. It's pretty much dead.
It is time for a very hard truth about college football for some fans. We have a Final Four coming up. It's going to be Ohio State and Texas. It's going to be Notre Dame and Penn State. That's one SEC team left who's really not an SEC team, but they kind of are. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Penn State, Ohio State, both dominant. Notre Dame beats Georgia. But here's the truth about college football in 2025. The SEC's run as the unquestioned top dog in this country, the SEC's run as being at the top of the sport is over. It has ended. It probably ended last year when Michigan won the national title, but it is definitely 100% over now. And there's a common thread here. Georgia is now just a normal team. They're good, but they're just normal. They're not way better than everybody else. Alabama, Nick Saban checked out. They've fallen apart. And the rest of the SEC, South Carolina, Ole Miss, there's nothing really special there outside of what Texas is still doing in the playoff. And here is the reason. A couple of years ago, the NCAA said, hey, guys, NIL is now legal and everybody can pay players. And isn't it very funny? Isn't it very funny that Georgia then returned straight to normal? Isn't it very funny that Alabama is now 9-4 and they are normal? Isn't it funny that Nick Saban got the out of college football as soon as he could when that happened? And isn't it funny that across the country, other leagues have risen up? I I am an SEC guy, but facts are facts. And NIL has evened this thing out. And the SEC, I know they're still out on Twitter. I know it still just means more. But right now, the SEC is not the top dog anymore. It's the Big Ten, and the SEC's place as the leader in college football is in deep, deep trouble.
And Mad Craft rejoices, right?
Well,
Am I wrong there?
To parse his words there, I'm going to go back to something he says very early there. The SEC is no longer the unquestioned top dog in college football. He's not saying that the SEC is not.
Yeah, I know. I said dead. I know. I was just teasing.
However, unquestioned, I think there's something to that. To say that they're not the unquestioned, to say that that we may be entering an era. You know, this is a great thing. It's like you can say something like that, and then nobody can ever really call it on you. I mean, next year they may say, "Oh, remember when you said a year ago that this would happen?" Oh, yeah. Well, it hasn't happened yet. Doesn't mean that it won't happen. You know, I mean, look, we saw Michigan be as good as Michigan was last year. They lose a coach, they lose most of the team, and all of a sudden, bam, they're 500.
Yeah.
Maybe something like that happens with Ohio State. Maybe the recipe is off just a little bit in 2025 to where Ohio State is not as dominant next year as they were this year. Now, there's nothing that I've seen that would suggest that would happen, but it's a possibility, right?
It definitely is, Diesel. 3 pieces of audio left. I have Riley Leonard interrupting Marcus Freeman. I have a great piece of audio with Alshon Jeffrey from Bussin' with the Boys talking about Shane Beamer. And I also have Todd McShay talking about Carson Beck making a mistake. You want Carson Beck? Do you want Riley Leonard? Or do you want Alshon Jeffrey first?
Let's go Alshon Jeffrey.
All right, this was a good one. I like this. Bussin' with the Boys had Alshon on, and this was Alshon Jeffries talking about what got him to South Carolina in this week's Audio Blitz.
From the Gamecocks, who kept you home?
Coach Beamer. If it wasn't for Shane Beamer, I don't think I would have went to South Carolina, honestly. Like, he recruited me every day. Like, I used to be like, he's like, I know you Southern Cal, that's your favorite school, and that's your dream school. Day 1A, but just look at us as 1B. Don't look at us as second or just flip-flop and just really think about it. He's like, you can come to South Carolina and really be like king or the man here and be known forever. Or you can go to Southern Cal and be just the next person up, another great there, or you could be great in South Carolina. He's like, no place like home. Damn. I'm like, he always been honest with me. He didn't promise me nothing. He didn't offer me no money or anything.
The way you just said, though. The way you just said they didn't offer me any money. No one asked you just now if they offered any money.
No. The only thing he promised me is like, if you want, this is what he said, like, if you want my wife to wash your laundry, that was it. That's the only thing he ever promised.
That's Alshon Jeffrey going way back to when Beamer was an assistant, Diesel.
Yeah.
And his wife promising to wash his laundry. That's fantastic.
Now, he never said that Emily promised to do the laundry. He said, I can get Emily to do. And she's probably like, wait, how did I get dragged into this? Why am I doing this kid's laundry?
Beamer even tweeted about it a couple of days ago. It was great. I think he tweeted, I don't know if she knew about that or not, but I was willing to do whatever it took to get Alshon Jeffrey there.
At the risk of upsetting South Carolina fans by quoting Dabo Sweeney on something.
Yeah.
Because this is, I do believe that this is universally true. He probably didn't even come up with it. Okay. The idea, the talking point that Dabo always had said, plant or grow where your feet are planted. Be great and develop where you are instead of chasing something everywhere you go. There's definitely a lot of value in that. And to be a player who can be elite where you are and be an all-time great where you are and end up beloved where you are, there's some value in that. And I hope as many coaches who are out there trying to manage their rosters and trying to keep guys around, they understand that.
Yeah.
For example, there's a basketball player that was on App State's team last year. He was awesome. The dude was like a block machine. Transferred to Georgia as a junior. He's riding the bench, barely getting any minutes, barely getting any playing time. He got money, but the dude could have been an absolute legend in Boone by staying there. Instead, he's a nobody in Athens.
And that's that means a lot to hear that from who was an assistant at the time with Beamer, and for Alshon Jeffrey to come to South Carolina and have his name in the rafters and be one of the all-time greats, if not the best Gamecock ever. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool, and just goes to show that Beamer, he can recruit. He still got it. All right, 2 more left. This one's short. Riley Leonard interrupting Marcus Freeman. how can you not pull for this quarterback, but also Diesel, how can you not pull for this head coach? Notre Dame has some pretty likable guys running things for their football team. Here's that clip.
And so that's how I want this group to attack our preparation and attack performance when we have the opportunity.
Real quick, he's being humble. That was completely his play, and we were going to do it a different way like 2 days ago. And then he flipped it, and we executed it that way, and it worked. So he's being humble like all throughout the year. All right, yeah, you know this guy, but I'll say it for him. Great call, great execution.
Riley Leonard giving props to Marcus Freeman. And maybe that's one of the things that I have to eat crow on a little bit, Diesel. Like we all knew that Marcus Freeman was a good coach, but him getting Notre Dame to this level this quickly, maybe I do have to eat a little bit of crow and admit that I didn't expect them to be this good this quick, because he's been tremendous.
Yeah, he's caught a lot of heat. You know, obviously they had the loss to Marshall last year, the year before. They had the loss to Northern Illinois this year. I mean, it seems as if Marcus Freeman is good for losing focus about once a year and losing a game you shouldn't lose. However, the results –
you'll take it, right?
Yeah, you'll take it. You'll take a weird loss in the middle of the season if it refocuses your team and gets them jacked up to come and rip some ass the rest of the year.
This one was the most intriguing, and I want to know if you Tolos out there agree with Todd McShay here on Carson Beck and whether or not he should go to the NFL draft. I found this probably the most intriguing.
Carson Beck made a bad decision to leave early. I texted a bunch of guys in the league, GMs, former GMs, scouts. One scout wrote back to me, one-word answer, foolish. I thought he got better late in the season, as I said, but I don't think he's there yet. Played great in certain moments. I thought he played better late in the season, but he never this year played to the level that many of us expected him to play to. I just don't know that he's ready. Why wouldn't you take this time, rehab in the offseason, come back with a better supporting cast? They got a lot of young wide receivers. I know they've recruited well at wide receiver from what I can tell. Their offensive line will be better. They'll be more balanced. Is he as ready as he would be had he gone back for one more year at Georgia? And everyone I talked to, and my personal opinion is he's not going to be.
That's bold. I don't necessarily know if I completely agree. Like, if you have your shot at the NFL, I think you've got to take it. And I know rookie contracts, you can probably make just as much in college football nowadays. But still, what if he comes back next year and still doesn't have it, Diesel? I don't know that I agree. I think Carson Beck has to go to the NFL this year and prove it. He may not be as high as we thought.
He's got enough of a name that he's going to get a bag, right? He's highly thought of enough that he could get paid very well for another year in college football. I don't understand why you don't come back. I mean, if your draft grade is second or third round, do you say, I'd rather go do that, be buried on a depth chart, probably never play, versus spend one more year at Georgia playing in front of the biggest, one of the biggest stadiums in the country, one of those ravenous fan bases. I mean, these people put themselves in dog collars and leashes and crawl on all fours and bark at strangers. They're that into their football team. Why would you not want to be a part of that for another year?
I'll tell you why I think it would be a mistake to wait until next year. Here's why. What if this year he falls and lands in a good spot? What if next year he plays really well and is the best quarterback and goes to the worst team, isn't in the worst situation? Then all of a sudden, I mean, Spencer Rattler might be in a better situation in New Orleans than a lot of these quarterbacks that went high. I just think that maybe situation might matter here, but it'll be really interesting.
That is a big, big, big gamble.
It is. It is.
So it'd be wild to see how that plays out. When we come back, Cole, our Daily Wires, what's happening out there in the sports world? We'll get around to it next. You know, we love to get into the weeds on topics throughout the show, but sometimes, Cole, there's a lot happening out there in the sports world, and we just can't get to everything on a 15-minute segment, so we bring it all together in one we call our Daily Wires. This is the buzz happening around the sports world. The college football playoff will not flip the dates and times of the Goodyear Cotton Bowl Classic and the Capital One Orange Bowl after SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey said Thursday that he had made a request to change them. Greg Sankey's concern was a potential disadvantage for Notre Dame, which will have to play on a shorter turnaround than Penn State, who hasn't played since New Year's Eve and thus would get longer rest. Good call, bad call.
Well, you know what? I'm glad he's looking out for Notre Dame, but if it continues to be a trend year after year, maybe you flip it. It's not a big deal to me.
Miami Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa is, quote, unlikely to play in Sunday's regular season finale against the New York Jets. Mike McDaniel confirmed that earlier today. Backup quarterback Tyler Snoop Huntley is expected to make his fifth start of the season in Tua's place. McDaniel would not commit to Tua being available to play next week if the Dolphins were to clinch a playoff berth. If you need your starter to beat the Jets, you're in bad shape.
No, it's true. I saw a clip just a few minutes ago from Tua saying after practice today that if they do get in the playoffs, he'll be playing no matter what, which you would want him to. So if they make it, he'll be there.
After a disappointing first season under Kalen DeBoer, Alabama has announced that co-defensive coordinator and defensive backs coach Colin Hitchler will not return, i.e., fired. Bleep can shown the door. Alabama's defense finished with the country's number 9 total defense in 2024 and the number 19 passing defense. Think about that, Cole.
Not good enough.
You got a top 10 defense overall in college football, and that's not good enough. You're fired.
Maybe you should fire Kalen DeBoer. Maybe he's the one that should be getting fired. Maybe he was a bad hire. Maybe he's not the guy.
I mean, I get it that they're 19 in passing and he's the DB's coach. So maybe they just need to take being DB coach off of his plate and let him focus on being defensive coordinator. I don't know, man. In the wake of the deadly attack on Bourbon Street earlier this week, Zion Williamson is donating $100,000 to the Greater New Orleans Foundation's Tragedy Fund. He said, quote, as a father, son, and someone who loves the community, this hit me hard. This isn't just about money, but standing together and making sure no one feels alone.
That's awesome, man. Cool for Zion to do that, especially with the ties here to the upstate and being from Spartanburg. That's really good on Zion.
Yeah, you love to see. I mean, these guys are generationally rich at this point. Zion, to him, $100,000 is probably nothing.
Yeah,
it's like me or you breaking off $50 for a charity. Him breaking off $100,000 is probably nothing to him, and certainly this is going to go a long, long way. Big potential trade a-brewing in the NBA. Jimmy Butler could be on the move. He indicated yesterday that he wants to be traded from the Heat, who had just come off of a 128-115 home loss to the Indiana Pacers. He said that he needed to find joy again on the hardwood. So Shane Beamer, there, getting your quote tree out there, find some joy. He was asked if he could find joy again in Miami. His response was, probably not.
I never thought I would see that coming because he was kind of like the guy that brought Miami back to the relevancy competing in the East. That surprises me. I don't know what happened there with him and something with Tyler Hero or what it was, but that one really surprised me.
Are you shocked to also hear that his most likely landing spot is the Golden State Warriors?
No, I'm not shocked. Not at all. Not at all.
I mean, it's a smart move for the Warriors to say, you know what, we're not just the house that Steph built. We're going to continue pushing and continue adding
they can
pieces.
Get them.
You got to start thinking about the future. Not that Jimmy Butler is some spring chicken anymore, but he is a guy that can be really good for you for a couple of years. This is wild, Cole. Curtis Rourke, the quarterback at Indiana, his agent revealed that he played through an ACL injury against Notre Dame. This is his second ACL injury. He's going to undergo revision surgery on Wednesday of next week. So it's not a full ACL tear, but it is an injury that he's going to have revision surgery on.
That's tough. I remember Deshaun did that against South Carolina, Deshaun Watson. That's what it reminded me of. That's really, really tough.
In college basketball action right here in the state of South Carolina. Don't look now. We've got some really good basketball being played here. 10-3 South Carolina will tip off SEC play with a road game tomorrow at 2 o'clock against the 12-1 Mississippi State Bulldogs. 13-1 Furman going to take on UNCG tomorrow at 4. And 11-3 Clemson hosts Cal tomorrow at 8:30. So good news is, Cole, as college football is coming to an end and winding down, we're going to have some really good basketball to talk about here in South Carolina.
Absolutely hope that continues. One more Daily Wire that just came out a few hours ago, Diesel, that I just saw on Twitter during the last break. I love this. I don't know the details of this yet, but listen, take a listen to this if you're a golf guy whatsoever. Breaking news, the PGA Tour is in advanced discussions to revamp the Tour Championship format into a bracket-style event.
Oh, come on.
I'm intrigued.
No.
I'm intrigued.
No.
Why not? Why not?
No, because it's ruined NASCAR, having a playoff structure in NASCAR. So now we're going to say that everything you've done for the entire season doesn't matter. We're just going to make this about one-off matchups.
Let's see, though. Let's see. You might like it, Diesel. You
this
might
is
like
bad.
it. You might like it.
I mean, can we not just have these as fun side matchups?
Yeah.
That we watch on YouTube or whatever. This sucks.
Oh,
PGA,
man.
what the hell are you doing?
All right, a new segment in the very next segment, the 5 hits at 5. Rapid fire, if you will. 5 topics. Diesel and I, we don't have to disagree like the 5 o'clock fight, but a chance for us to breeze through some of these topics and hear your reaction as well from you, Tolos. That is next. Quick scoring update before we jump into this new segment. North Texas, Diesel, who was a big underdog, defeating Texas State right now, 14-6.
Does anything say small time bowl more than a G5 versus G5 in-state matchup on the campus of a former G5 now ACC school in state?
Yeah, it's tough. Not a lot of people there either.
San Marcos versus Denton in Dallas on SMU's campus.
Also, Minnesota, Virginia Tech tonight, 7:30. Might be a good game. Minnesota's favored by 10.
After that one, we get the final result that matters in the Upset Picks Challenge.
Oh, boy, that's right. The Duke's Mayo Bowl. Texter says, test. This is a test to see if this thing works. Dallas sucks. Go Eagles. That comes from Eric. Eric, that's not funny, man. It's not funny, but yeah, it works. Text line. What's he talking about? He's talking about the new text line. There's a new number. If you have the old number saved, go ahead and delete that thing out of your phone. One number now does it all. 71307 is no more. 844-326-3663 is the only number you need. 844-FAN phone. How about a little rapid fire, Diesel? As you and I have been off the air for 15 days before yesterday, so much to get to. We only have 4 hours. 5 hits at 5. We only get to spend 3 minutes on each segment. If you want to interact, we will get to you towards the bottom of the segment. We'll hear from you, 844-FAN phone, but let's go ahead and get right into it. All right, you ready? Again, we do not have to agree. We do not have to disagree, but we do need interaction from you, Tolos. Topic 1, rapid fire. The 3-minute clock has begun. Diesel, explain to me how Ole Miss looked like one of the best teams in the country at times. Last night, I know they were playing Duke, really good quarterback, looked like world beaters, but had 2 of the worst losses on their resume with Kentucky and Florida. Make it make sense, because Ole Miss should have been in the playoff.
That's entirely on coaching, right? You can't have the level of talent that they have at Ole Miss and then still find ways to lose games that you inexplicably shouldn't be losing. If you're Ole Miss and you lose a tight game to Alabama, okay, that sort of makes sense. If you lost to Tennessee, okay, that sort of makes sense. They're good football teams, but great football teams don't lose to bad football teams. Average football teams lose to bad football teams.
They have so much talent, though. They have so much talent at Ole Miss, and Lane Kiffin's like one of the best. I know you just said coaching, but he's a good coach.
He's also a jerk, though. He's been such a total nozzle for the past week and a half, 2 weeks, since being left out of the college football playoff.
He's upset.
All he's done is troll. And he's out there in his post-game press conference after the game last night saying, we made a statement. No, you didn't. You played Duke, who didn't have a single quarterback left on the roster. I think they had to go to Durham High School to get somebody who knew how to throw a spiral to come out there and play. You didn't beat the tar out of a good football team. You beat the tar out of a cripple with one hand tied up behind his back.
It was hard for me to gauge and figure out why that team wasn't in the playoff, because I understand coaching. I understand preparation. I think that one thing that we don't talk about enough, Diesel, is the coaching aspect of not the X's and O's, but the coaching aspect of having your team prepared week in and week out. I thought Shane Beamer and his staff down the stretch after the Ole Miss game did the best job of that of anyone in the country, having them focused and prepared every single week. Ole Miss obviously didn't. A loss to Kentucky, a loss to Florida, and I know Florida got better as the season goes on, but Jackson Dart, to me, is going to be a good NFL quarterback. He has the talent, and they have the talent. It was just mind-boggling.
If Shane Beamer was so good at getting his team focused after the Ole Miss loss, what happened in the bowl game?
Well, the bowl game, again, they weren't prepared. They were not ready.
Exactly.
But the bowl game's not the end-all, be-all on the season. We cannot just judge the entire season off of a bowl game. That's not fair either. All right, topic number 2 as we move on, Diesel. Has Penn State – oh, boy, this one's going to be tough. I don't know if I'm ready for this. Has Penn State done enough thus far in the playoffs? Okay, they've won 2 games in the postseason, right? Penn State, they have in my mind, a winnable, favorable game, rather, against SMU. They won that. They beat Boise State. Has Penn State done enough thus far for me, Cole Bryson, to eat crow when it comes to Penn State not being able to win big games?
They should have, but you could always, and I'm sure you do, look at it and say, yeah, but they just beat SMU and Boise State. Like, they beat two of the, in theory, if you want to diminish the teams that they played, two of the weaker teams in this 12-team playoff. Give them a lot of credit for holding Ashton Genty down, because that dude has been running up the field on everybody this season, and Penn State was able to shut that guy down. I think they've done enough. I mean, getting in the playoff is big. Winning not one but two playoff games is huge. I mean, really, what more do you need? You don't want to become one of those guys who says, if you didn't win the whole thing, you won absolutely nothing.
Sure. So I said on Monday that I believe they had done enough. Two wins in the postseason, to me, is enough for me to be able to say, you know what? I was wrong. I'll eat crow. I can't remember who it was. It was Tolo who was, I think it was JD, who was going back and forth with me on Monday about this in the stream, and brought up the point that you just brought up, Diesel, about, well, look who they've beaten, SMU and Boise State. Not world beaters, not the best teams in the world, but I will side with you, and I will eat crow as of right now on the 3rd of January that James Franklin has made me eat it. I don't know how I like to eat it yet, but hey, winning 2 games in the playoffs, I agree with you. Let's not act like that's just nothing. You have beaten who they put in front of you. Is James Franklin the best coach in the end-all be? I'm not saying that, but I do, Diesel, give him a pass. I give him an extra year, if you will, because of my criticism of him not being able to win the big games. I think he's done enough, but the road's going to get a little bit tougher.
Well, Drew Aller is, if you go by QBR, the 15th best quarterback in college football this year, and you don't have to be a top 5 quarterback, clearly, to make a deep run in the playoff, because there's a lot of good quarterbacks who didn't make it in, and there's some good quarterbacks still left in there, but Will Howard is excellent at the second best. He's a guy that deserves some respect, and it's okay to be a game manager. You can win titles as a game manager.
You absolutely can. So James Franklin, there you go. I'll eat crow. You won 2 games in the playoffs. All right, the third topic, Diesel, as we are doing the 5 at 5, if you will, 5 topics, 3 minutes each on each topic. This one's really interesting because you and I talked about this in the second segment of the show today. Texas and Notre Dame, probably to most people, seem like the 2 favorites that will make it to the national championship. But I'm asking you, and I'm asking the Tolos at 844-326-3663 to tell me why it won't be Texas versus Notre Dame for the national championship.
2 words for you: Ohio State, because Ohio State is elite as it gets, and they're playing great football right now. They've got a tremendous amount of talent on that roster. They're just decimating teams right now. They've had 2 games in a row where they looked incredible. I mean, it's not like they're just squeaking out wins.
No, they're not.
It's not like they made a mistake and almost gave up the game or needed some crazy thing to happen at the end. Ohio State's playing really clean football right now.
Have you seen the spread on that game yet? Ohio State, Texas, January the 10th, that is 1 week from today, I believe. Friday. Yeah, that's next Friday. Guess the spread. Ohio State, Texas, 1 week from today.
I'm going to say Ohio State -2.5.
Ohio State -6.
Wow.
So
okay, talk about some motivation there. Smitty brought that up. He said South Carolina being 10-point favorites might have been the motivation that Brett Bielema needed over the 30 days or so that it felt like they had to prepare for that game.
You know what's interesting? I agree with you. I think Ohio State does win. And I know I'm asking you to tell me why it won't be Texas Notre Dame, but Diesel, maybe, just maybe, that the segment we opened the show with about the SEC leveling out, what it will take for me to be convinced that the SEC has leveled out, that I'll side with Madcraft, that I'll side with whoever else is anti-SEC. Maybe this is what it'll take. Maybe it's Texas losing, and what if it wasn't close? What if Ohio State just shellacked them?
What if we got an all Big Ten national championship? I mean, we talked about it. What year was it the last time we had an all SEC national championship? But people saying this isn't fair, this isn't right. Well, this is how the tournament played out.
It's interesting. I love Ohio State. I just don't know. I don't know. I think Ohio State wins, but I still, as of right now, today, 1 week out, I still think it's going to be close. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they blow them out, but it's going to be a lot of fun. Again, maybe that's what it'll be that sways me, Diesel, to believe, okay, I'll admit the SEC, they have leveled out. They are no longer the top dog of college football. It'll be a lot of fun. All right, 2 left in the segment, rather. As we are doing 5 hits at 5, you can participate at the very end after we're done with these 2 segments. Get your text in now, though, 844-FAN-PHONE, 844-326-3663. Number 4, this one I know you'll love. This one will hit home for you. This one is going to be fun because you and I both have a strong opinion on this player. Diesel, I did a sports spin, which airs on our other stations here at Odyssey Greenville, about how sometimes players change locations. They go to different franchises. And when they do that, it sometimes changes the way we as fans think about them. For example, I didn't like Tom Brady in New England. Went to Tampa Bay, I liked him. I loved Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. Went to New York, couldn't stand him. So the question is that Aaron Rodgers, did his tenure in New York taint his legacy?
No, he did a fine enough job of doing that all by himself. New York City had nothing to do with it. You know, you don't hear stories of Aaron Rodgers out there doing peyote or ayahuasca and doing jujitsu in Central Park, being an idiot out in public. So the city that he's in has absolutely nothing to do with Aaron Rodgers being a total tool. Aaron Rodgers is a total tool because he believes he is the smartest guy in the room. Every room he goes into, nothing that he says the team needs to do applies to him. I mean, he's just a total jerk, and he's clueless. He's oblivious of the fact that he's a jerk. That is called being a sociopath.
I agree with you that he's a tool, but on the field, like his game itself, I will disagree with you here. I'll say it was tainted because the way that I viewed Aaron Rodgers leaving Green Bay was one of the best quarterbacks of all time. I know, everybody knows that Tom Brady is the GOAT. Tom Brady is the greatest quarterback. He will be the greatest quarterback. I don't know if we'll ever see a quarterback accomplish what Tom Brady accomplished.
We said the same thing about Michael Jordan.
We saw the same thing about Michael, and thus far, nobody's got the championships that Michael has. Mahomes, great quarterback, generational type quarterback, right? I always felt the same way about Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay, that my eyes told me he was one of the best quarterbacks I had ever seen, ever. Just the most skilled, what he could do with the football. And him going to New York, I know he's a tool. I agree with you there. But I think him going to New York and playing at a lesser level is the conversation that you and I have a lot of times about when should an athlete hang it up. I think he waited too late, and I think his play, which has not been good in New York, I think it has tainted his legacy, and people will now view him as a player differently because of what he did or didn't do in New York.
Aaron Rodgers had a lot of belief in himself and failed. Wow.
We're shocked. And one more as we will get to the Tolo reactions here very, very shortly. But this one is one that this one could strike a nerve in the upstate, and I don't intend for it to strike a nerve, Diesel, but it could. Here's the last one. I saved the best for last for you. You and I both know that Clemson had a good season. Did they have a great season? That's up to you to decide. They backdoored, in my opinion, their way into the ACC championship game, won the ACC championship against SMU, and therefore got a bid into the college football playoff. did not play the best against Texas. Obviously, we know the result there. The question is, and I think we briefly touched on this early, right before Christmas. Do you consider the season as a whole for Clemson in 2024 a success? The season as a whole, do you, Diesel, Tolos, Clemson fans, anyone out there at 844-FAN-PHONE, do you view it as a success?
A success, yes, but you qualify that in saying it's a mild success.
Okay.
I like the results were there. You won the ACC. You put up a lot of yards, a lot of points in a handful of games against your own conference. And then ultimately by the end of things, you just didn't have what it took to advance in the college football playoff. I don't want to be that kind of fan who, like I mentioned earlier, if they didn't win the whole thing, then it was a failure. I don't want to ever make any coach or player feel like they have to be the national champion or they suck. And so you could say that Clemson had a good season, a successful season, but you don't ultimately write home about it.
I like the way that you use the word mildly, and we'll get to a couple of texts on the text line, 844-326-3663. I like the word mildly because I think that fits well. I agree with you. I do consider it as the season as a whole a success because, for one reason, you won a conference championship.
Mm-hmm.
My opinion, if Clemson did not have a great opportunity to backdoor their way into, say it fast because Clemson fans will get mad, backdoor their way into the championship, if that didn't happen and their season ended in a bowl game after a loss to South Carolina, today, Diesel, I wouldn't sit here and classify this season as a success. But because of the conference championship, that's important to me. That matters. I know it's still an ACC. It's not the best conference in the world. I thought you said it well. A successful season, but nothing you're going to write home to mama about.
It's kind of like when you look back at the kind of player Will Shipley was. Like, good player, not going to go down in the all-time annals and lists of great, elite Clemson running backs. He was good, but as soon as somebody better comes along, you're going to stop thinking about it.
Well, that's completely true. I agree with you there. So that is the 5 hits at 5. The phone lines are now open. I know we had a couple of calls during the segment. They're now open, 844-FAN-PHONE, 844-326-3663. You react, and Diesel, the stream. Let's start there. I believe
Madcraft had something to say about the spreads and about about that. He said Bama was favored by 14 over Michigan. I don't care about these spreads. I had to remind him, this is probably something he already knows, but spreads and odds are not necessarily predictors of what's going to happen in the games. These are designed to get you to gamble your money. They are to elicit a reaction and get you to think, oh, that's crazy that spread is that number. Let me go bet and put some money on this thing. They are baiting you with the spreads. It is not a score prediction. It is bait.
And they're usually close. I mean, it blows my mind sometimes of how close they are and frustrating sometimes. But it's
I mean, to that point, Vegas was wrong a lot this year. Look at the college football upset picks challenge where our winner was up in the 70s.
That's insane.
Over the course of a season. There's a lot of upsets that happen. Vegas doesn't always know everything.
Let's see on the text line. Tolo Steve says Ohio State wide receivers are too fast for Texas to cover them. OH. Tolo Steve also says last year you had Washington and Michigan in the national championship. Both those teams are in the Big Ten. Tolo Steve.
They weren't in the Big Ten then. Stop it, Steve. You don't get to revise history like that.
What do you mean?
You don't get to revise history like that. It's like people saying things like Texas is a Big 12 team. Well, no, they're in the SEC now. So it counts. They are an SEC team, even though they've got a roster full of Big 12 recruits.
Spartanburg J says hashtag Tolo takeover, even though that was yesterday. Hey, you can still take over anytime you want on the text line. Clemson had a mediocre, successful season only because we won the ACC and made the college football playoff. So, yeah, I think Spartanburg J, we're all in an agreement there. I think you're right. I think, mildly successful, like Diesel said, mediocre. I think that's okay.
I think you've got to be able to look at the nuance of this thing. And you can't say it was an A grade season. It certainly wasn't an F. but it was more like a B+ kind of season. Like, it was a 7 out of 10 type of season.
Texter from the 704 says Clemson had a successful season. The conference championship winners. Not a great season, but still successful. I agree there. Let's see. 804 says, oh, yeah, Ohio State winning the college football playoff makes me puke. That might have come from – no, that was not Tolo Steve. That's somebody else. Let's see. Cocky for a reason chimes in on the text line. South Carolina had a better than expected season, and a win over Clemson was the cherry on top, says Cocky for a reason.
Cocky for a reason. South Carolina had a great season. You had a great season. You had one really bad game against Ole Miss. Outside of that, let's say you lose that game by a touchdown.
Yeah.
You're talking about this being a great season.
I think for them, getting 10 wins would have been the right? The what does Dewey say? The exclamation point, the cherry on top. I think 10 wins would have been that. Obviously, they fell short. But one more texter says from the 615, there still wasn't an SEC team in the championship game, though. Buckeye Mike, remember the SEC still plays the least amount of P4 teams.
Hey, don't forget about that SEC SoCon showdown in week number 12. That's a big deal out there, okay?
Oh, it is. It's a big deal. They did their money, right?
Yeah.
They did their money.
Cole, when we come back, we've already seen some changes happen in the offseason at both Clemson and South Carolina in the coaching staffs. But let's put ourselves in the shoes, the hat, the visor, whatever, of Shane Beamer and Dabo Sweeney and say, what are their New Year's resolutions? What accomplishable goals should both of those coaches have? Tolos, you can get involved as well by texting in 844-326-3663. You can call us as well at that same number. Isn't it great? You don't have to have two numbers saved in your phone now. One number to do it all. Call and text now. We'll get to that on the other side on the Fan Upstate. Cole, I'm happy to say that I'm already sticking to one of my 2025 New Year's resolutions. I was tested yesterday, and I passed the test.
I haven't said any yet.
You haven't? Did you actually make some?
No, I'm going to at some point.
There you go.
I mean, maybe July. What was yours?
You get to around November, you say, I'm pretty sure there's a good chance I'm not going to rob a bank this year. So you know what? I'm going to go ahead and resolve it now.
So what was
for the
this?
rest of the year? My resolution, and I'm getting up there in age. I'm 40. You can't just go out there eating anything you want. And it's especially poignant, Cole, because sometimes we walk into the kitchen downstairs and there's just random food on the counter. And my resolution for 2025 is to not eat random food that I find in the kitchen. And then this is not
probably
like
safe too.
Yeah, no, this is not like Jimmy left his lunch in the thing and he put his name on. That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Rob Jones left his lunch.
Well, Rob Jones might cut you. I don't know. No, but there were 2 boxes of Papa John's pizza sitting on the counter.
When was this?
Yesterday.
And you didn't tell me? Oh my God.
Well, you never.
I would have had your
that's the thing.
resolution.
You never know how long that pizza has been there. Not only how long it's been there, how long was it somewhere else? How long has it been out of the Papa John's oven? Because think about it, Cole. That pizza, and it's Papa John's, so it's one of our remotes. We don't get pizza at our remotes because we're at Ingles all the time, and they have great food there at Ingles. But a normal remote, like a B93.7 or a Planet remote, they have pizza.
Mm-hmm.
So that pizza was made at some point. It went to an event, sat out in the open for potentially up to 2 hours, was loaded into a dirty station van, brought back to the studio, and set on that counter. And then it just sat there waiting for me to wander by it.
Yeah, I don't care. It's just bread.
Come on, dude. It's also cheese. Actually, they were both cheese pizzas, so I can't say like, oh, there was sausage and meat and stuff like that on it. They could go bad.
I've eaten worse.
Well, me too. That's why I'm making it a resolution to not do that anymore.
You're doing good. That's good.
Because like your body eventually is going to say, nope. We're not doing this anymore, and it's going to come out one of 2 directions, and it's not going to be good either way that it comes out. You're not going to enjoy
any pizza.
I didn't eat any of the pizza.
I'd have ate it for you, but I didn't know about it.
Well,
I will eat it next time.
There was might still be down there.
No, I'm good. If it's a day,
now it's got
I'm
another
good.
24 hours on it.
If it's in the refrigerator, it's okay. I mean, it's nothing like
it wasn't in the fridge. It was on the counter.
Breakfast pizza, right?
No.
I love it.
I
love it.
I don't eat cold pizza, but I do have a secret here, and we can maybe get to it at the end of this segment here. The perfect way to heat up pizza, if you want great, like it was straight from the pizza oven for perfection. The next day, I'll tell you how you can do that at the end of this segment, Cole. But yeah, that's my resolution.
You maybe wait.
Stop eating. Yeah,
you have to wait 10 minutes.
Yeah,
I can't wait 10 minutes.
Do you want to know right
now?
now?
I want to know now.
Okay, it's very simple. It's very, very simple. Okay, it's in the oven. Yeah,
okay.
But here's what you do: you take your cold pizza out of the fridge.
Okay,
you put it in a cold oven.
Oh,
and then you turn your oven on to like 425.
Oh, that's hot.
And then as soon as that thing beeps at you and says it's preheated, take your pizza out. So what it does is it brings your pizza up gradually. Instead of blasting it with high heat for a while, it brings it up gradually, doesn't dry it out, and it's perfect.
I'll tell you what I do. You might think this is weird. If I go get a pizza somewhere like that, let's say wherever, I'll take it home and put it in the oven again.
Of course.
Before I even eat it.
Most of these places, they don't cook their pizza.
No, I like it. I like it. It's
got to have a little crunch,
crisp.
little crispiness.
Yep. That's good. That's a good tip. But look, I'm proud of you for your not eating pizza. Now I'm freaking
not eating countertop pizza. That's
actually, I got you.
That might be what I need to get for dinner tonight.
Can somebody DoorDash us a couple of pizzas up here? I mean, is this thing on?
You really want to pay $40 for a $10 pizza?
Where at? Oh, DoorDash.
Oh
no.
All those stupid fees.
No, I'm
Come
good.
on.
I'm not above the $5 pizza.
Do you DoorDash a lot?
No.
Good. Because it's a ripoff.
The last time I DoorDashed with me and you got coffee up here a couple of months ago now.
How much you pay for 2 coffees? This is
a great sports talk. No, I think it was like $20.
$20.
25
for like $9 worth of coffee.
Yeah, I think it was. It was a lot.
DoorDash.
It's a scam. It's a scam. It is.
But sorry, not to all you working DoorDash right now.
Oh God,
sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
And you know it.
Hey, easy. Sorry, DoorDash Tolos. JD does DoorDash. I'm sorry.
Well, he's
JD.
different, clearly.
And I don't think I hadn't seen him today. Somebody
Where's
put
he
an APB out. But anyways,
I thought he was at the Publix waiting for Wesley to come
no,
after him?
it wasn't Wesley.
Who was it? T-Swizzle.
God, that was bad. I have not made any New Year's resolutions yet. I might at some point.
No?
But I hadn't yet. I just hadn't thought about it.
Do you normally make resolutions?
No, I don't. I mean, I've had
You're
really
like, you know what? I'm operating at about a 5 all the time, and I don't want to be a 6.
No,
or
I
a
mean
7.
it's just like, why make a resolution if you're going to break it? What's the point of it? I mean, what is the point of even doing it? No.
Do any of our Tolos have resolutions? 713.
Oh,
no! I didn't say all of it. I didn't say all of it. 844-326-3663. 844-FAN phone. You can text and call the same number now.
Isn't that crazy? You know what? I think our Tolos out there do have some good resolutions, but I don't know. I don't know if resolutions are anything more than just like a marketing scheme, like a, like, hey, just, let's all make new. I'm surprised somebody hasn't
who's
marketed.
nobody's making
That's what
money
I'm saying.
off of
I'm
that.
surprised they haven't yet. Somebody needs to, just like the whole breakfast thing. Breakfast is not, like they say, breakfast is the most important meal. It's not. Breakfast is not the most important meal. No.
Yeah, you got to start off with
the cereal companies and breakfast companies way back when, they told you that so you'd buy their breakfast. It's not important. It didn't mean it. I never eat breakfast. I'm still alive.
What time do you normally eat your first
11?
God. And then do you still cram 3 meals in for the rast of the day?
No,
just
no,
2 big
just
meals.
Just 2.
Yeah, fascinating. And look at Cole Bryson, pillar of health over there.
Yeah. Clearly.
Okay, so all
right,
back to the conversation. Dabo Swinney and Shane Beamer, what would or what should their New Year's resolutions have been? Now, Dabo obviously already took care of one big one and sending Wes Goodwin down the road, gave him his walking papers. He's gone. So let's pretend that one already happened. What else should Dabo Swinney make sure he is resolving to do in 2025?
That's a good question. You said the first one was
Wes Goodwin.
Okay. I'll tell you this. I think Dabo, if he were to have a list of resolutions that pertain to football, right? Not his health.
Sure, right.
Not
Football resolutions.
his faith. Football resolutions. I think that Wes Goodwin, you said that. Dismissing him, that's important. I think his resolution needs to be more unloyal. Don't be as loyal. Don't be as loyal. Because
you want Dabo to be duplicitous?
Yes. Here's why. You messed up the hire with Streeter. You messed up the hire with Wes Goodwin. You've set the program back. You've got to be less loyal, Dabo. You've got to be more focused on going out there and getting the best coaches. Because I'll tell you this defensive coordinator hire that he's about to make, I'm sure he already knows who it is, it's huge. I mean, this is a big hire for Dabo. So him going out there and not look, no offense to Lorenzo Ward, good DC at Carolina, great guy. I know him personally, fantastic guy. He's like 6 foot tall. 7 foot tall. He's huge. However, Lorenzo Ward is not the best option out there in my mind. I think Dabo's got to be less loyal and go get the best available.
Mark L., the Delta retiree on the stream, says, my resolution for next year is to freaking do better on the Upset Picks Challenge than I did this year, but I still did better than Cole.
That's not
taking
not
a dig.
saying much, though. You didn't finish last. Congratulations.
I think all of you Tolo's resolution should be to interact with the show more.
Oh, that's a good
next year. I don't know how Madcraft's going to do it. I don't know how JD's going to do it because those two are all over it every day. Yeah. We got some great dedicated Tolos on there, but the rest of you, here's a prime resolution that I think a lot of you Tolos should do, and we harp on it a lot. Put your name on your text.
That's a good one too.
That should be your Tolo resolution.
Yeah. Even if it's not your real name, put a name.
Yeah, but we can
Stage
identify
name.
you because it's better if we
Stripper
can.
name.
Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Just a name.
Stripper name.
Stage name. Yeah, whatever it is. Just a name. You just put a name on there.
What would your stripper name be, Cole?
Oh, God, I got to think about that.
Peter Ridewell would be mine. Yeah, I thought about that one for a while.
I hadn't thought about it. I hadn't thought about it.
You gotta.
I'll get back to you though. I'll get back
have
to
those
you.
ready to go.
Texter says Dabo should grow some. I don't think he means height. I think he means like grow some.
Some gabagools.
Maybe so. This is Dewey. Dewey found the text line.
Dewey's texting in. All right.
Beamer needs anger management. Says that's funny. That's funny.
No, for Dabo Swinney, his resolution for me, I'm going to go the opposite of you, Cole, is be willing to be flexible on the transfer portal, but also resolve to not go to the extreme that other coaches have.
Yeah.
If what you want to say, and I'm not sure that putting a hard number on this is the best way to handle it, but if you want to put a soft number of 5 recruits a year, 5 portal guys a year to fill your needs, Cole, because it's funny. We both have said Dabo needs to do the portal more. He needs to be more aggressive in the portal. And we talk to different Clemson pundits that come on the show, and they all say, well, they've tried. They've tried to go get portal guys. They just haven't been successful. Why the hell not? You're a 2-time national champion in the last 10 years.
Try harder.
Clemson, try harder. Like, I don't really believe that you're really trying all that hard. Yeah, you may reach out to some guys, but you're also not willing to do ultimately what it takes to go get guys out of the portal. I think Dabo needs to set a number in his mind of I'm not going over this many guys in the portal, so that way I can still maintain I do it through high school. I want to keep guys in the program as much as possible. Keeping a hold on that identity, Cole, because we've seen how the portal can really put a program back and set a program back like Florida State if you're too invested in it.
No, it 100% did. It completely ruined. Let's just call it like it is. It ruined their program. It did. I mean, they're at rock bottom right now. Can it get any lower?
I would be shocked. No, let me rephrase that. I wouldn't be shocked if Florida State and Mike Norvell came out and said, you know what? I'm not using the transfer portal anymore. Like, it's going to be a rough couple of years.
Yeah,
but we are going to rebuild this program through elite high school recruiting. That's the way we're going to do this. That's the way I'm going to run this program. Look, I went all in.
I don't think he has time.
I tried to do it. I bought into the pressure. I gave into the pressure, but I'm not going to do that anymore. I ask for your patience to rebuild this program in the right way.
It's going to be tough, man.
I don't know that any coach is going to be given a long enough leash to do it, but it almost feels like it should be done.
Well, look, you have to have a mix, right? You said it. You can't just completely use the ball. And it's interesting what you said about Dabo. I mean, I think he will. I think he, especially, keyword especially, if he hits on this kid from Purdue at defensive end, and this guy turns out to be really good, I think that could help open Dabo's mind to, hey, one guy came in, filled a need, and maybe I can continue to do this more. Again, it doesn't have to be your MO, it doesn't have to be your identity, but use it to your advantage where you have depth issues. I still think they could have gone in the portal at the beginning of the season for a running back or last year and maybe added some depth there because the running back position hurt them. Not only the defense that was not good, but the running back position hurt him.
And to the texter's point who said Shane Beamer's resolution needs to be to get a hold of his emotions even more, he was right there, man. He was so close.
We didn't talk about emotions all year.
To keeping it in check until the very end, and he was goaded into it. Now, it ultimately woke his team up, right? It's like the coach getting a tech in basketball, woke his team up, but it didn't ultimately lead to a win.
I mean, you're right. It was almost the whole season we went without it. So we'll see. All right, on the other side, Diesel. Speaking of Carolina and Clemson, we're going to keep it right. Let's park it right there for just a second. On South Carolina, on Clemson, I love a good way too early. Let's do a way too early in the very next segment. A way too early on who will be better in 2025, Clemson or South Carolina. That's next. Spartanburg Jay on the text line, 844-FAN phone, says Cole trying to start a war on a Friday drive home. Of course, Clemson will be better than you suck, says Spartanburg Jay. Woo! Getting the war started. Matt Kraft says if Cade takes another step this offseason, like he did last year, that team could be dirty. I'm talking about what Miami's offense was this year.
I wouldn't go there. Cade has to get better with his legs. He's great with his arm. He's got to get a little bit better with his legs, and then you're talking about a really scary quarterback.
I think offensively next year, Clemson, again, this is a way too early look at just head-to-head, Clemson, South Carolina, who will be the better team. I think Clemson's offense next year is going to be really, really good. With the guys they have coming back, obviously Phil Maffa toward the end of this season was a big part of the problem as to why they weren't as efficient. I'll tell you this. I think they'll be better offensively next year than they were this year, which is saying something because they were really good statistically this year. Garrett Riley, Cade, third year together with the receivers, the freshmen that are coming back, that'll be sophomores. I think they're going to be, to Matt Kraft's point, a very good offense in 2025.
Offensively speaking, I think South Carolina is just going to be a little bit, compared to Clemson, incomplete on the offensive side of the ball. Now, obviously, we don't know what their running back situation is going to be. And you can say the exact same thing for Clemson there as well. Lenore Sellers is going to see an improvement over the offseason. He's got some weapons returning in the receiving core. I think Clemson's receiving core is just going to be a little bit deeper and a little bit more complete. But we're talking splitting hairs here.
Well, I think Clemson's going to have the better experience at receiver in 2025. The good news is these two teams played late in the season, so obviously they'll have experience on both sides by the time they play. But if we're doing a way too early look ahead, South Carolina's guys that they're going to have coming in are going to be young. It's going to take time, going to take development, especially at the running back position, as you mentioned, for both teams.
Yeah.
But having Cade and those receivers return, I think offensively gives Clemson a leg up.
Well, here's, you look at the depth chart that South Carolina is likely going to have going into next season. Certainly you're going to get Nick Harbor back. You're going to get Mazeo Bennett back. The problem is you're going to lose Gage Larvadain. You're going to lose a lot of the depth behind them as well. So I think they may end up being just a little thin at that position. I think you're going to have great skill guys on that team, and being the ones on that team are going to be really good. Behind them, though, it's going to be a different story.
Now, defensively, it'll be interesting to see which team obviously is better in 2025. What's interesting is Clemson, just like I said Monday or yesterday with you, Diesel, Clemson, in my mind, had too much meat left on the bone defensively. Wes Goodwin now out. They'll have a new defensive coordinator in 2025. South Carolina bringing Clayton White back as of right now, right, is huge because of the momentum that he has with the program. He's a fantastic defensive coordinator. They're losing guys, though. They're losing dudes defensively. South Carolina is, especially from some guys that were from the portal. So I'll tell you this. I think defensively it'll be more even than people think. However, how quickly can Clemson's defense gel with a new coordinator? I don't think it'll take long, especially in the ACC. But how long will they take to gel? They've got dudes. Clemson has a lot of guys on that defense, and they're going to have a lot of some solid guys returning next year who have already announced that they'll be back. So they should be good next year, but there are still question marks.
We're going to find out early, Cole, because they're starting the season next year the same way they did this year with LSU. Now, this one's a home game, so you got that going for you. But then you've got your Troy and your Furman game down the stretch. It would be, if I'm a Clemson fan, I'd feel a lot better about playing Troy first and then LSU second and giving your guys a little time. That old adage, you learn more about your team from game 1 to 2 than you do all off season.
Well,
and it's going to be a tough spot. I mean, we'll see who they bring in on the defensive coordinator position.
Have you a coordinator, a brand new defensive coordinator, and his first game is against Brian Kelly and LSU. And I know it's a home game, but that'll be tough. I mean, I don't care where it's played. It's going to be tough. That should be a fun one. But you know what? Heck, here we are, January 3rd, right? It's still a lot of question marks, a lot of things that have to be. I mean, I think Shane Beamer said it best, Diesel. In the current era of college football, when you utilize the portal, you don't know who your team is till May.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of time.
That's
between
true. You could feel like you know who you got coming in, and then they pull the rug out from under you. They leave during camp, and you may be dealing with a different situation. But hey, like you said, Clemson is going to have a lot of their defensive guys back. T.J. Parker, Peter Woods, both back. Sammy Brown is coming back on this team. Avian Terrell is coming back on this team.
Khalil Barnes announced he's back.
Yep, you're losing Wade Woodaz, and you're losing Peyton Page. Outside of that, you're going to have a fairly solid unit going into 2025. When we come back, Cole, a conversation that we had with Smitty, Matt Smith of Sports Talk Media Network. We kind of covered the gamut of all things college football, and of course brought it right back here to the state of South Carolina to get his reaction on the changes on both of these staffs. That's coming up next. I cannot wait to find out what Matt Smith of Sports Talk Media Network has chosen and declared that he will do, be, or change about himself in 2025, because as far as I can tell, Smitty is just about perfect. He's never made a mistake. He's never said anything wrong on the radio. And as a guest of this show, Smitty, what kind of major changes are you making for 2025?
Well, anybody that has listened to your show for any length of time knows I've been wrong about half the things I've said in our interviews since September. So that's probably a good resolution, is to be wrong less often. But one thing I will say is I mentioned this the other night on Sports Talk. It's more like I owe back taxes in resolutions. Like I've got resolutions from 2017 that I need to go back and review. I realize I have fallen short in all of them. But I will tell you, I do think for those that may be really interested in what everybody does for a resolution, what I would love to do is do a better job of keeping in touch with my friends. I lose touch with them, and then, you see them 4 years later. Cole, Diesel, I count you among them, and then you see each other so infrequently, and then you realize time has gone by and your lives have changed, and your friend might have a new child whose name you don't know. And I try not to do Facebook, because I think that is the potential inflection point that will eventually our society will implode upon. But I do not keep up with people, and I'm going to do a better job, and that includes you too.
Well, Smitty, I can't wait to see your birthday reminder pop up on Facebook at some point this year and remind myself, oh, I need to reach out to Matt Smith as well. Great question there. Is a New Year's resolution a one-year resolution, or is it a lifetime resolution? If you change something about yourself, do you have to change it forever, or could you go back to being that same special brand of degenerate 365 days from right now?
That's a great question. I think we all have to do that. And why do we make it a year, right? Why don't we do monthly resolutions? Yes, and I tend to agree with what you just said. And also you have to revise these, right? You may say, well, listen, I really need to lose some weight. And then before you know it, you look like Kate Moss. I need to gain weight. I need to bulk up. I want to look like Brock Lesnar. So you've got to revise as you move along. I'm going to do that. I'm going to start making monthly resolutions. Well, everybody follow my website, and I'll make monthly resolutions.
That sounds good. We do appreciate Smitty. Happy New Year to you and your family. We appreciate you tagging along with us on Fridays during football season as we're putting a bow on our football season. But before you know it, we'll blink in August. We'll be back here and we'll be talking again. But looking at the current college football playoff, you told me and Diesel a couple of weeks ago when I asked about what you would change, you said, let's hold off. Let's wait and see how this one actually plays out before we cast judgment. Now that we've seen it play out, Smitty, the teams that had a bye, they were all underdogs. They all lost in their games. They're 0-4. What do you make of what you've seen so far?
Yeah, it's a good question, but I still think we need to wait longer, because I think this is going to take longer than 1 year of experimentation, because was that an outlier? As you mentioned, all the teams with a bye lost. All the conference champions are gone. Yeah. The conference champions went 0-5. That includes every conference champion that was in the field. So perhaps we have lost the plot a little bit, but I'm reminded there's a great proverb that you may know of the Zen Master and the little boy, where a little boy gets a horse for his birthday and everybody in the village says, "Isn't that wonderful?" And the Zen Master says, "We'll see." Then the horse kicks the little boy off, bucks him. He breaks his leg. Everyone says, "Isn't that terrible?" The Zen Master says, "We'll see." Then everybody in the country goes off to war, and the little boy, or the young man now, is unable to go because his leg is in a cast. And everyone says, "Isn't that wonderful? He avoided the war." And the Zen Master says, "Of course, we'll see." So I want to wait. All the teams with a bye lost. All the teams that were conference champions lost. The conference championships look like a waste of time now, but I want to take the role of the Zen Master and say, we'll see. I think this is not like a blood test where you can put the blood in a centrifuge and run it 100 times to see how it reacts. We only have 1 year of data, and I think I need to see more before I love this or hate it.
You know, Smitty, I know a lot of our local listeners are probably tired of me bringing this up, but you know, I have a strong belief that you can't engineer the outcome that you want. You can't force all of these games to be good football games, 3-point, 7-point games with a lot of points scored. You're gonna see odd things happen when you tweak the format, when you change things to try to build something specific, an outcome that you want to see happen. It's always going to go awry. We're always going to see odd things happen, and we saw it this year with Boise State being a conference champion that got a first-round bye. That's an odd outcome, and in most years that probably wouldn't be the case. So I don't want to go knee-jerk reaction changing the format of the college football playoff to try to eliminate something like that when next year or the year before or 2 years, 3 years down the road, we could see that scenario or something similar to that pop up because another unintended consequence happens. Are you in agreement that we need to leave this thing alone and not change a thing for a couple of more years?
You know, you bring up a really interesting point about you can't engineer what you're looking for. What they were trying to do truly was reward the conference champions and then all the teams with a bye lost. So what we may find out is rust versus rest. Maybe the rust was actually injurious to the system. But again, I'm like you. I don't want to go knee-jerk reaction. And, you know, and we have short memories, right? Every year this happens in the college basketball tournament because we spend the first week and everyone talks about the upset. It is always the chatter. And, oh, this conference was overrated. This team was overblown. They never had a chance. I told you all along. And then by the time we get to the Final Four, it always seems that UConn, Villanova, Duke, North Carolina, Kentucky, Tennessee are involved. And so we seem to forget about the upsets because as the microscope tightens toward the end on the championship, then we start to talk about those teams and we seem to forget about what happened the weekend before. And that may happen here. I'm really interested to see how everyone reacts to how this plays out in the end, because today we're talking about all of the teams with the byes being out. But also, I think we could argue we have a pretty good field of 4. I think there's a lot of argument to be made that the champion will be a worthy champion. And after all, isn't that what we were after? I know some people would say, well, ESPN's after TV ratings and the fans wanted to see the little guy get a shot or whatever it may be, as you mentioned, engineering some things. But in the end, I think if Texas or Ohio State wins this thing, I think there's an argument that maybe Notre Dame got a break because of their schedule and they played Georgia with an injured quarterback and Penn State played SMU and Boise State to get here. But I think if Texas or Ohio State wins this championship, it's going to be hard to argue that they weren't worthy champions, because even though neither was the champion of their conference, that was only because of the whole conference championship and the way things worked out. Let's not forget, Ohio State was arguably the best team throughout the year. They lost on the road at Oregon, but they were arguably the best team throughout the year. They had the hiccup in a rivalry game. They lost on the road at Oregon. Texas just couldn't beat Georgia, but no one else really challenged Texas. I guess they had a 3-point win over Vanderbilt, but the point is, Texas, by the time we got to the SEC championship, where were they ranked in the country? 2nd, 3rd? So I think we can argue when this is over, Texas or Ohio State wins. I think there's going to be a lot of people on Twitter, which is a cesspool, but a lot of the analysts on Twitter are going to be saying we got a worthy champion out of this. And that was really what this experiment and this project was all about.
Smitty, Sports Talk Media Network, joining us right here on the Fan Upstate. Smitty joined us all football season long on Fridays at 4 p.m. If you are a new Tolo, check out Smitty on Twitter, the cesspool that he called it, at Smitty Reports. The little self-plug there for you, at Smitty Reports. Hey, we opened the show today, Smitty, by talking about the college football playoff, but also as it relates to the SEC, with kind of the double-edged sword that Greg Sankey had of wanting the expansion, but maybe not realizing that the expansion, the teams that he brought in, were going to defeat his teams and defeat them handily, right? The SEC, is this a blip in the radar in your mind, or is the SEC truly leveling out?
That's a great question. Some of it was matchups. And look, of course, so part of this narrative going on with the SEC is the fact that everybody hates the SEC that doesn't pull for an SEC team. That's part of what is going on. So everybody has been waiting for the SEC to be humbled a little bit. And part of it is what went on in bowl games. And I don't know how to take bowl games anymore. I mean, we have players, and look, it nauseates me. We have players sitting out just a half. I don't know. Bowl games are important to me. I don't know how important they are to the players anymore, or the coaches, or anyone else. Nick Emmanwori set up the second half of South Carolina's loss to Illinois. My take on that is, did anybody get their money back? You pay full price. You're paying for a full game. You'd expect a player to be playing 4 quarters. And with the opt-outs in bowl games, that led to this narrative because Alabama performed so poorly and turned it over 3 times in the first half against Michigan. So a lot of SEC was leading into what was going on in the college football playoff. Georgia did play with a backup quarterback, and Texas is a brand new SEC team. I don't know that the SEC can take credit or blame for anything Texas does. They just got here. They didn't recruit those players to play in the SEC. Those players went to Texas to go to Texas. But by the same token, you asked if it's a blip in the radar. Of course the SEC will be back. Have we not learned that? Ohio State had that year where they got in and they were playing their second quarterback on the season, and they won the 14 playoff, and then everybody said, well, that's it. The SEC's run is over with. Now we're going to see the Big Ten ascend. And then, of course, the SEC regrouped. There's too much money. It's too big a presence in college football. Of course, these powers, Alabama will retool. Georgia will be back and healthy. Texas will be an SEC team moving forward. And then one of these teams will elevate, like an Ole Miss, maybe even a South Carolina, and elevate and do probably what Penn State is doing. So I'm not worried about the SEC at all. I think this is just a case of everybody is so happy to see the SEC humbled a little bit. But we've seen this before. They'll be back. And guess what? Every time it happens to Ohio State or Michigan or Penn State, they're humbled, then they come back. One thing we know in the era of NIL and television and the Big Ten and the SEC getting all the money that they are getting is the boosters and the collectives with the teams that have that blue blood, that brand name, all those teams I was just talking about, those boosters, those collectives will not let them be down for long. That's been proven, and that will probably be true until the end of time. Oregon, guess what? They got Nike money. You know where they're going to be next year? Right back in the college football playoff.
Talking to Smitty, Matt Smith of Sports Talk Media Network right here on the Fan Upstate, 97.7 FM in Greenville, 97.1 FM in Spartanburg. Let's keep it right there with the SEC. And you mentioned South Carolina, a lot to unpack in the bowl game that they had against Illinois. Certainly we could go into what happened with Brett Bielema and Shane Beamer going after each other on the sidelines. But how would you grade Mike Shula's performance in his first game as OC? Because I saw a team that was playing a little scared, that was playing very, very conservative and trying everything they could to keep LaNorris Sellers out of harm's way. And it just led to a boring first 2.5, 3 quarters of that game. Obviously, that situation with Bielema and Beamer kind of woke that game up and made it interesting towards the end. But what were your thoughts on Mike Shula's first go as OC at South Carolina?
There is a lot to unpack with that, and I'm hesitant to really grade a coordinator. What I saw, for one thing, I want to point this out. Underdogs seem to do well in this new era of bowl games. I don't know how they did historically, but underdogs are doing really well this season, and that even the SEC, as I said, they were humbled. Some of those teams were humbled and they were favorites, but then there's also teams you could point to like LSU, which was an underdog, which rolled. So I just think there's a lot of motivation when you sit there for a month and you stare and you look and somebody tells you you're 10-point underdogs. And I think that Illinois played out of their minds. I think the way that Brett Bielema behaved, while I found that despicable behavior from a head coach who's supposed to be the voice of reason, I also would say I think that's what he was doing to his team for the last 3 weeks. Needling them, needling the Gamecocks, saying that his team didn't get any respect, playing the underdog card. And I think that happened to a lot of people. So I think that's an element here with what happened to South Carolina. Now, about Mike Shula, I think South Carolina may have fooled themselves just a little bit. They didn't run the ball traditionally, meaning with the running backs and the handoffs, the way I thought that they should have. They were getting yards, but they didn't utilize those players the way I thought they could have in Howell and Attaway, even though they were having success, because I think they went in with a game plan that they weren't going to do that. That because they didn't have Rocket Sanders, they weren't going to give it to the running backs 25 times. And I thought, personally, some of the plays were open. I thought Sellers was rusty throwing on the move. I mean, we're really digging into the weeds here, but I think when you take that time off, even if you're practicing throwing on the run, I thought he missed some really open receivers while he was escaping the rush, plays that he had made in the second half of the season, throws that he had put right on the numbers. I thought he was slightly missing. Think about the touchdown that was missed. And also, I'd have to say this, forget about Mike Shula for a second. What about Shane Beamer? I really believe South Carolina is still living on reputation of being a great special teams program. They weren't this year. Herrera missed another kick, and then there was another fake that didn't work out that was not wide open. I know it was well defended. Maybe they could have made that play, but also you didn't fool Illinois. The only special teams play that South Carolina made was recovering a surprise onside kick. So that was a good play, but Illinois could have gotten that one. So Beamer's he's got to go back in the lab in terms of what they do special teams and make the decision whether they need to pull all those gimmicks that he keeps trying to pull. But I think throughout this year, Shane Beamer, I think he learned some lessons. He went for it on fourth down early in the game against Ole Miss. It didn't work out. We saw him go for it on fourth down a few times that didn't work out throughout the second half of the season, and that offense kind of bailed him out. And the kicking game, the punting was great. Kai Kroger, I mean, we should always say that. That's an All-American punter. But the kicking game, Alex Herrera, and I don't just mean the kicks that Herrera missed, which he did miss some big ones, and he missed another big one. Not just the kicks he missed, but the decisions of when to go for those kicks. I thought they went for some kicks throughout the season when they should have gone for it on fourth down or punted. And then on other times, I thought they went for it on fourth down when they should have kicked it or punted it. So I just think Beamer didn't have a great game either. So with Shula, I'm going to give him an incomplete. I don't know, but with Beamer, that was not a great game for him, especially missing the fake. That came back to haunt them. If they kicked a field goal there, then later they could have kicked another field goal and gotten back in the game tied.
Smitty, my last question for you. Your reaction to Clemson departing ways with defensive coordinator Wes Goodwin and the search that is now on for a new defensive coordinator for Clemson, and who you think the Tigers should and can go after.
I don't know who they should go after. I knew someone was going to fall on their sword at Clemson, and Wes Goodwin just seemed like the most likely candidate. If you look at the personnel that Clemson put out there in the front seven this year, there's no way they should have been this bad against the run. 292 yards against Texas, and I don't recall. I was covering the Louisville game when Louisville ran up and down the field on Clemson's defense, and that was off a bye week. And you just can't have that. So I always thought Wes Goodwin probably took too much blame, but at the same time, you give up 292 yards in the college football playoff. Yeah. That's this business. That is this business. The business you chose is one where if a 20-year-old kid is not where he's supposed to be consistently, you get fired because that's what you're in charge of. I'm not saying it's an easy job, but you know what? It pays really well, and he'll probably land on his feet somewhere. Now, in terms of who Clemson will go out and get, I don't know. You can give me some names, and I might be able to react to them. I know David Hood and Grayson Mann are both writing about this. I was about to click on their story when you called me.
Mm-hmm. Smitty, here's a really interesting piece of news that's just come out over the past couple of hours, also being reported by the Clemson Insider. John Rothstein had this, and then Dabo Swinney has had some quotes for it as well. The potential of moving to 5 years of eligibility in college football. Dabo has said that it would clean things up and help out with roster management. I mean, I'm just thinking something we talked about earlier, the unintended consequences as this thing begins to roll downhill. Does that mean that kids want a medical red shirt for a 6th year of eligibility on top of things? What are your thoughts on this? And have you had any time to really dig into this?
No, but this has actually been an idea that's been out there for a long time because it would get rid of, that choice. So we had red shirt where you couldn't play at all. Now we have red shirts where you can play for 4 games. But I think people didn't realize how messy that was going to be. Now you've got guys going out there playing for Clemson against the Citadel, but not playing the next week against South Carolina, and it's kind of like being on the practice squad. So I don't know if I liked that particular move. I think anytime you can simplify it in college football, it makes sense to me. And most kids that are at the very top, you wouldn't use that 5th year of eligibility, and hopefully the idea would be you could use it for times of development. What you're always going to be up against, we have to remember, is Title IX. Roster management has so much to do with Title IX because obviously you have to have scholarships in the female sports to matching up to all the 85 that you get at Clemson. And I think they want to simplify things, meaning the coaches. And I really think that they want that 5th year of eligibility so they can truly develop players and try to keep them in the program. There's some problems with college football, and I think this is a step in the right direction. I also think this is probably in reaction to Diego Pavia's his court case where he was able to get the JUCO years pulled off of his eligibility. That was stripped, so he would be able to return to Vanderbilt. And I think every time we turn around, what we realize is the NCAA was operating in a world for a long time that nobody questioned. And then once you started to pull the magnifying glass out, you started to realize a lot of this isn't going to hold up in court. And once players and parents and schools were savvy enough to take the NCAA to court, all this unfolded. And what, to me, the most disappointing part about all of this, not surprising, but disappointing, is the NCAA seems to have no plan Bs anywhere. We talked about NIL and paying players for 20 years on sports radio. 20 years. The NCAA lost one court case and they acted like they had no idea what they were going to do next.
Smitty, you're the best. Always appreciate you coming on with us, and we'll have you on again soon before football's back, but we love having you on every Friday. We appreciate your time each and every Friday, man. Have a happy 2025.
Hey, Happy New Year to everybody. And one more question for you. Who won the Christmas movie tournament?
I thought you were going upset picks.
That was a Christmas Story.
Okay.
Christmas Story narrowly beat out Home Alone by, I think, a score of 2 votes.
Then my work is done here.
Yeah.
You have a sophisticated and brilliant audience. Your constituency did it right. The system works, baby. The system works.
How many times did you vote, Smitty?
I could not.
9?
Hey, what are you talking about? I just told you guys, I don't go on Facebook. Twitter's a cesspool. I
have to call them to get in touch with them.
You think I'm wasting my time with you jabronis going to York, what you do, and voting in your silly poll? No, but your listeners are the winners here. They made the right choice.
Appreciate you, Smitty, as always. That's Matt Smith, Sports Talk Media Network. Well, the NFL season, Diesel, it is winding down. And by winding down, I mean this is it. Can you believe that?
Yeah, Sunday is the last Panthers game. Last chance to come see me.
Is
at
that
Dave
a
and
bad
Buster's.
thing or a good thing?
Well, it's a bad thing for me because I like getting paid to be.
Well, that's true. That's true. But for the Panthers, though, I mean, is it really a bad thing? I mean, they're 4-12. I mean, so
there's
Atlanta this weekend, though.
There's a lot on the line. Yeah, you could, number one, you can beat your rival.
Yep.
At the last game of the season. You could end the season with some momentum, a victory. Also, you could certainly screw the Falcons over and take them out of the division race. You could also put yourself in a tie with the Saints for third place in the division. Now, you would also need the Saints to lose. You win, Saints lose, and then you're tied for third. So all of a sudden, you haven't finished fourth place, in the NFC South.
You're right, but if you're the Atlanta Falcons, man, you got to be kicking yourself. Like, the way that they've played down the stretch, the way they went toe-to-toe with Washington, the Michael Penix coming into this quarterback position, I mean, it has just rejuvenated Atlanta, and now all of a sudden, I hate to say this about Kirk Cousins, you almost feel like you wasted the season. You wasted it. It was 8-8 season.
You operate with the information that you have at hand.
Yeah.
You already gave Kirk Cousins the big old contract. You don't draft a rookie and then say, all right, well, screw that contract. We're going to play the rookie instead.
And it was a better decision.
Yeah, I mean, I think going into the season, I remember both you and I talked about how much we thought Michael Penix would end up being the best, if not one of the best quarterbacks in this draft class. And ultimately, we were proven right. But at the same time, Cole, he wasn't thrust out there in game number 3 of the season. He was thrust out there in, game number 15 of the season. So he had time to sit and learn the offense, learn behind Kirk Cousins.
Learn what not to do.
Learn how not to operate. And of course, he goes out there and he's successful. So there's a lot of pieces that went into him being successful late in the season.
Yeah.
And, I think it set him up in the best possible way, not unlike the way Spencer Rattler was set up in New Orleans. Now, obviously, the games played out differently, but Spencer Rattler had time to sit back and learn behind Derek Carr before getting pushed out there.
It's really interesting. I remember, real quick on the Falcons before we move on to somebody else. I remember when you and I were interviewing Brandon Leak of 680 The Fan in Atlanta back before. I think it was right as soon as the season started. And one of us asked him the question about what is it going to take for Michael Penix to be the quarterback? And he told us injury. Remember, he said injury is the only way that you'll see Michael Penix out there. Well, little did he know, 18 touchdowns to 16 interceptions was also on the docket because that got Kirk Cousins off the field pretty quick and them rethinking that whole contract. They made, and they'll never admit this, Diesel Atlanta made a catastrophic mistake by signing Kirk Cousins. Just horrible. I can't tell you how many times you and I talked about it going into the season from the draft, them taking – wasn't it like the draft was in April? Didn't they sign Kirk Cousins like 2 weeks prior to the draft?
Yeah, and why do you sign him if you feel strongly that you're going to take a quarterback?
So stupid.
Why do you sign him? And if you feel like you're going to sign a quarterback, but you also need a veteran presence there as your QB1, why do you sign him to a really expensive long-term deal? I mean, I get that you're not going to get Kirk Cousins if you're not signing him to an expensive long-term deal because that's what his agent does. He gets some expensive long-term deals. But it's a head scratcher why Atlanta made the decisions that they did.
We're at the point in the season now where when you look at the week that is week 18, the games, even last week in week 17, some of the games are really important, Diesel, like Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, 8 o'clock tomorrow night, really big game. Steelers are 10-6, Bengals are 8-8. Bengals still trying to keep their dreams alive. Browns, Ravens, meaningless game. So we're at the point now in week 18 where you have some games that, mean something, some that don't mean anything. Cowboys, Commanders, obviously a meaningless game at 1 o'clock. As Jaden Daniels in Washington, 11-5. You talk about rookie quarterbacks, and, you and I spent a lot of time because we started this show in March. The draft was in April. We spent a lot of time talking about rookie quarterbacks. And Jaden Daniels was somebody that we talked about as, hey, he's not going to be one of the top 3 picks, Diesel, but whoever gets Jaden Daniels might have the best steal of the draft. And boy, oh boy, let's see, 6 months later, here in January, how smart does Washington's front office look with a revamped front office, revamped head coach, and Dan Quinn, getting Jaden Daniels and throwing him into the fire, and he has passed every single test, and they're 11-5. One of the best teams in the NFL.
Well, it wasn't that long ago that the Washington Commanders organization was just a laughing stock.
Yeah.
You know, they were bereft. They had terrible ownership. They had a bad coach. They didn't have a quarterback, and then they were just kind of floundering for a while. And this is a good example of how you can clean house and improve things tremendously
quickly.
Now, some other teams are going to try the same thing. Certainly, the Carolina Panthers, they didn't switch out ownership, but they basically changed out every other position, and it hasn't worked out for them. So, I mean, you can look at Washington as an example of how it can go well. You can also look at other teams trying the exact same thing, saying, well, it's total crapshoot, and you never quite know. I mean, Dave Canales could have been some sort of miracle worker out there, and Bryce Young could have been the guy that we thought he was going to be from week number 3 whenever he got the start last year, or week 1 whenever he got the start last year. And then all of a sudden, we're having a very different conversation about the Panthers.
It is interesting because Washington had a very good defense, even while they were failing as an organization. I mean, they were getting dudes left and right from Alabama on that defensive line. Studs. You plug in good ownership, like you said, with a good head coach in Dan Quinn and amazing quarterback in Jaden Daniels, and look where you are. So 11-5.
It helps when you're starting from a position where you have at least one strength on your team. And, you think back to the decisions that the Panthers made to move on from some of their defensive stars.
Oh.
And it wasn't that long ago that the Carolina Panthers defense was excellent. And then they moved on from a lot of those guys. And then all of a sudden, you got no offense, you got no defense, you got no quarterback, you got a bad owner, you got a lame duck head coach, you got a GM who doesn't have a clue how to write an advantageous contract for the organization. Then all of a sudden, bam, you're in a 2-16 season.
Quick scoring update in the ServPro First Responder Bowl. Texas State finally got their ish together, 23-14, Texas State leading North Texas. And as I said earlier in the show, Texas State was a heavy favorite. 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Again, 23-14, Texas State. Still close game.
Think about this, Cole. You're a professional in what you do in your business, in your side business or your main business, and you're now a professional full-time radio host for going on a year. You are only 2 years older than the quarterback of the Texas State Bobcats right now.
So what is he on the 8th year of eligibility?
He's old AF. He's 25.
God.
He's 25.
That's crazy.
And look, we brought it up with Smitty at the end of that segment, not to take us off track here. Yeah. But if we're looking at potential 5 years of eligibility, what's going to happen when a kid says, well, I want to play all 5 years. And so I want to redshirt one of those years. So now I want 6 years of eligibility. It seems like the limits, the training wheels, the guides are completely coming off the sport. I don't know. I need to look more into this whole thing with 5 years of eligibility. If it's just straight 5 years, do what you can with it.
Yeah.
And there are no medical red shirts. There are no hardship red shirts. There are no you've been in JUCO red shirts. You just get 5 years, and it is what it is. That may be a simpler way to handle things, but of course, somebody's always going to find a way to sue and get more eligibility.
For sure. One last comment, one last thought, Diesel, on the NFL is we talk a lot about the Lions. We talk a lot about the Chargers, Matt Kraft's Chargers, the Chiefs, obviously the Eagles, very good, the Bills, and the Packers. I love Jordan Love. I freaking love Jordan Love. However, I don't think you and I, the media, I don't think anyone this season in 2024 have given the Minnesota Vikings their flowers. We're talking about a team who drafted J.J. McCarthy as their guy, who was going to replace Kirk Cousins, go out, really take this franchise. He gets hurt. And all of a sudden, the Minnesota Vikings are left in a flux, Diesel. In steps a former Carolina Panther and Sam Darnold,
who everybody wrote off as being
4,153 yards, a completion percentage of 68.1, 35 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. I'm telling you, man, there's not enough talk about how good the Vikings are. 14-2, first place in the North. As good as Sam Darnold has been, we all know Justin Jefferson is the guy, but I'm telling you, the move that nobody's talking about enough, Diesel, is the Minnesota Vikings acquiring Aaron Jones from Green Bay last season. Aaron Jones has turned the Vikings around. 1,000 yards, already over 1,000 yards on the season. He's also a threat in the receiving game. Aaron Jones going to Minnesota, a division rival, has put them over the top. I'm not saying that Sam Darnold's going to go out and rewrite how to build programs and franchises. But what if the Vikings win the Super Bowl? And everybody over here is watching as they have their rookie quarterbacks trying to fight for rookie quarterbacks and pay them all this money and pay Dak all this money. And the Vikings say, hey, y'all, watch this. With a great defense and a good running back, we're going to take Sam Darnold to the Super Bowl.
Well, I think what it does do is it gives aging quarterbacks, guys who have been in the league for 4, 5, 6 years or so, those especially who did not find a tremendous amount of success at their first stop, especially the guys that came out and were drafted in the top 10, it gives them leverage to say, hey, give me a shot. Give me a shot. Take a chance on me because clearly this first team that I was with had no clue how to use me. I mean, think of what we were saying about Sam Darnold when he was traded to the Carolina. Like we were really questioning his footwork. We were saying that the guy sucked. We said that the guy didn't have a shot. And then all of a sudden, you know, a couple years in Carolina, he was okay in Carolina. He wasn't anything to write home about. There's a reason why they drafted over him to go take a rookie quarterback. But I mean, ultimately, you get to the agents now get to increase the value of quarterbacks going to their second stop under the age of 30.
I agree with that, but does it also not like send a shockwave to owners and management, Diesel, about, hey, maybe we're approaching this thing the wrong way, trying to hit on this rookie quarterback, trying to do this and pay all this money. Maybe it just sends a different message for approach.
Cole, have you ever seen a okay. Obviously rich old dude with a young hot wife?
Bill Belichick?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's never going to stop. It's never going to stop. As long as there are dudes with money, they're going to want to date a new toy,
yeah.
Right? They're going to want to be with somebody younger, hotter. They're going to want to trade their wives in for a younger, better model.
But I'm pulling for Sam Darnold to go win it all.
That'd be great.
Be awesome,
It'd
man.
Be great. I just don't think that we see the rookie quarterback ever get devalued.
Yeah, maybe so. Be a as Dewey said, a travesty.
It'd be nice if the value of a quarterback sort of re-equalized with the value of having a great running back, with the value of receivers and linemen and all that stuff.
Team.
Value the team over the individual position. When we come back, Cole, this might be the softest take I've ever heard from a dude who gets paid money to put on a helmet and pads and slam into other dudes with helmets and pads. Can you believe what's coming out of players in the NFL's mouths? That's coming up next on the Fan Upstate. Cole, I want you to put yourself in the position of a fan of a sport, any sport, no matter what sport it is. You're at the game.
Okay.
You're watching something happen right in front of you, and you don't like what just happened in front of you. What do you do?
In the stands.
Not on the field.
Oh,
like you're in the
sorry.
stands, you're watching the
Gotcha.
field. What do you do when something in front of you happens that you don't
You
like?
boo.
You boo. You boo. It's
Or if you're a
what you
Cowboys fan,
do.
you're used to it. But
Yeah. So what the hell is New England Patriots linebacker Jelani Tave?
What was that?
Jelani? Am I saying it right?
No, I haven't. I'm assuming so. I've never heard that.
Jelani.
That's
Jelani
a very
Tave.
unique. No, I'm kidding.
He's Hawaiian too, so it's
unique. I love
yeah.
it. I love it. I just wanted you to say it again.
28 years old, by the way, grown ass man.
Yeah.
Who is going after Patriots fans, saying you shouldn't boo the team because none of you could do what head coach Gerard Mayo can do.
What's Gerard Mayo done? I mean,
Right.
really,
They're
what's he
3
done?
and 13.
They suck.
They're facing the Buffalo Bills. They're gonna lose. You're gonna end up the season 3 and 14. And this guy says, "Don't boo our coach. He's doing the best he can."
He's a snowflake. That's what he is. He's a snowflake. That's what fans do. I mean, really.
He's a big, built-up Samoan dude. He's 28 years old. Please don't boo us, you mean Patriots fans. I mean, come on. Like
he said that really. I mean, you're not making this up.
No, not making
this
this
is
up.
not fake news.
No.
This is
crazy.
real. Wow.
This is real.
Wow.
They've got the number 1 pick on the line. They could end up with the number 1. The Patriots fans boo their mothers if they make dinner too late, right? They
Yeah.
boo their children at Little League baseball games. Come on. You're
God.
playing in New England. You're not playing in San Francisco where everybody's lily soft.
See what I don't understand though, and this is related to New England, but not the player, the snowflake. What do you do with the number 1 pick? You have Drake May. Do you take Shedeur Sanders? I mean, do you just completely sell off Drake May?
No, I don't know that you walk away from that so soon. I think at that point, you may be going after Travis Hunter because you think he could help you on either side of the ball.
I think there's risk
Get
involved.
2 players
there.
in one right there.
Yeah, that is. I think having the number 1 pick's great, but the Patriots right now that's a flux. I mean, you can't. You don't know what to do. Do you keep Drake May? Do you sell him off because there is value for Drake May, or do you just hold on to him and draft best player? I don't know. I think they're in a tough spot. As bad as they are, one player's not gonna make their roster for next year.
Drake didn't play the whole season.
No.
Right? He didn't get started until a few weeks into the season. He still threw for over 2,000 yards.
They had 2 quarterbacks.
His touchdown interception rate's not good, 15-10. His QBR is kind of middle of the pack as far as NFL quarterbacks go. I don't think you sell the farm because remember Drake May was looked at as an elite quarterback coming out of North Carolina.
And I think he still is.
You got to get him players around him. You can't
Yeah.
you can't write a guy off that quickly. But I just wonder, Cole, why do you attack an issue that you can't solve? You'll never stop fans from booing. It's like trying to make fetch happen. It's not going to happen.
Make what
Stop
happen?
Fetch.
Okay.
Yeah, it's from Mean Girls, by the way. Look it up. Just like this is going to make the fans boo you even more.
They're not going to like you.
They're going to make you. They're going to hate you even more. They're going to come after you. They're going to pelt you with snowballs. They're going to call you a snowflake.
I'll tell you
It's
this.
just not stupid.
I'm glad, Diesel, that that guy didn't play for Bill Belichick. I mean, are you kidding me?
Yeah.
You can't take boos from the fan base. How in the world are you possibly going to be able to adjust the fan? I don't know. It's going to – people are soft. That's all. I mean, people are soft. That's all it is. People are freaking soft, man. But I tell you what, we're not because we're back Monday. Tolos, Madcraft, you've been awesome today. You hadn't got on our nerves too much.
Madcraft, come see me on Sunday. It's your last chance.
Oh, man. And pick me up on the way, Madcraft. We'll see you Monday.